guess he kind of already decided that he was going to commit his hand.
Chaz with the jacks. 2 red jacks.
That's JJ's hand.
Does JJ have anything he can compete with? He does.
He
Texas
does.
Poker Champ with the ace queen.
Chaz is going to try to beat JJ with JJ.
JJ coming in for the re-raise makes it 150. And then Chris has...
He's going to call with sevens.
Sevens, yep. He started with 1,500, it looks like. Maybe 1,600. But he's going to...
Out of position.
Chaz makes it 500, it looks like. JJ's going to make the call.
He's going to look him up.
Chris decides no. $1,100 pot. Chaz puts out what looks to be 250 bucks.
It's not enough equity there. I don't think I would make the call. I think I want a little bit more connectivity from the board.
He checks.
It's a quick check.
Chaz is
He's
getting
trying
tricky.
to give JJ some rope.
Need to start bluffing it. And he decides to check. Looking for an ace or a queen. Yeah, would have been interesting. Chaz checking again. 3-bet pre-flop.
He's going to make a bet here. He's going to try to see if he can get nines or something like that to fold.
Chaz with the call. And Chaz is going to take it down with the jacks.
Oh, no, I'll fucking fall for it. Someone has to fucking fall for it. Oh, you're about to get physically
Looking to get them a round of drinks right now, guys. See if I can do it. And got a raise here from Seti with a pretty good hand. King Queen offsuit.
Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh. I knew it. I was like, don't speak to now. All it.
We get an all-in from fours from Seti. I mean, from Chaz, and Seti's gonna snap call, and I think Seti. I don't know if Chaz added on afterward, but instantly getting another shove pre-flop, and Seti.
We're looking for a very low flop.
It's a 50-50.
We're trying to connect. We need a low board.
And this is a reverse of what Seti was in last time. Oh, and it's a 4 on the flop. Seti drawing pretty much dead. Needs runner straight here. And it's not going to happen. Chaz boats up, and I think they probably run it once.
Oh, well, I'm dead.
So she's cool with you. He's gonna
be covered.
Oh, is Chaz slow rolling? Oh my goodness, Chaz slow rolls the shit out of Seti. And you know that you can see that they're really good friends there. And we also have a ton of awesome content on that. And Preston is going to wake up with aces in one of the blinds here.
I think he's going to just limp it for the extra 10. Oh my god, he's going for a raise. That is surprising.
And the sizing is weird. I like it and I don't at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Would you prefer bigger or smaller?
I think because everyone's going to call the way that the action went, and it's a $20 straddle, I'm really surprised at how small this is. But
yeah, it might be because he doesn't feel like he needs as much protection with aces. Like you can see even, what is that, 4 ways, he's still got 60%. Whereas with a hand like kings, his percent would be a lot lower.
Definitely.
If anybody had an ace, but
like this board. But what I was gonna say was that there's no flop that he's gonna love.
Right.
And the problem is that this is one of the worst flops. And Alex with open-ended and a pair, as well as a backdoor flush, is just in this spot when Alex calls with 2 left behind. You're not feeling super good here.
No, you're definitely not. I mean, and Alex is going to flat a lot of strong hands. I think he would probably just call with even sets. And Alex is just going to make basically the nuts here. And I think Preston's going to check this. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'd be hard-pressed to see him bet here.
And the question is, do you think Alex is going to bet this in position?
I see a check. I see a bet. He does go for a small bet. I do like both plays.
Yeah, Preston having the ace of spades, I think, is a bad card for him because you're going to want Alex to have spades in this spot, you know?
Alex has been shown to bluff, but this spot is not an easy spot to bluff. Preston does call.
Yeah, you're basically only beating spade draws, I think, and maybe hard draws that floated the flop.
Yeah, and an ace would be... Oh, that's a terrible card for Preston. that is a really bad card for Preston. The way that the action ran out, he's still going to have spades that he's going to be bluffing here, and we've seen that Alex is able to bluff in this spot, and Preston is getting a decent price. Yeah, this is rough for Preston.
Yeah, do you think he gets away from this? No, he does.
No.
He does just call.
And, oof.
Looks like Preston's going to be done for the night. Yeah, that's a rough one to end on.
I'm just here for the commentary. Thank you for the compliment.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that.
I hope
Wow,
you're going to get squeezed off and lose probably $200, $250.
Chaz, I was going to say, I didn't know what he was going to go with, but I could see him shoving here too.
This flop, which is going to be...
Oh, wow.
Give him a 9. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, against a blind range. I mean, obviously he's not blind anymore. I think he looked at his hand before calling.
Yeah, and he definitely pressed on this one.
You already said that.
Well,
you can't just do it again.
I was wondering if he would press on. He did press on. just for those who didn't know what the joke originally was gonna mean, and this 6 is actually a little scary for pressed on, because Chaz does have some 10s, and there's a lot of hands. If he is calling you on this flop, he's not gonna float as much of a hand like Ace Deuce, and it looks like Preston actually might have like 500 more.
Yeah, this is a very committing bet with the 425 when Preston's only got, it looks like, according to the graphic, he's only got like 600 left. And wow, Chaz is going to float here with ace, or not float, I mean, I guess at this point he's just calling down with ace high on this board.
Yeah, and it's also indicative of knowing his image is that Preston is one of the players who will be willing to bet here with Queen Jack, for example. And wow, this river is terrible for Preston. If Chaz goes all in, he's putting him in the blender here, although Chaz does have ace high, which has a bit of showdown value, but this river hits him.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the hands that Chaz is beating, it's going to be like Queen Jack.
Oh, and he goes all in.
Oh, no. Is Preston ever folding here? Yeah,
he
does
snap
make the call.
calls, and he added on for a lot.
Oh, he had 1,500 behind.
No, that's like 2K. Oh yeah, 16.
16, yeah, 1,600. Okay, so I was the graphic was incorrect. He actually had 1,600 there, not the 600. So there was an extra 1,000 that was in his stack.
Wow, and I love the jam by Chaz.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the Chaz jam there, I would probably never call there personally, because just Chaz really can have anything. I mean,
including a 6, including
a 6, a 10,
a 7.
a 7.
Ooh, Preston's just gonna go for it.
Yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have 10 of spades, although when we put Preston on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings. So
yeah, and you know you're drawing dead to, or close to dead to, a hand like King Jack with a king of spades, Queen Jack with a queen of spades, Ace Jack with the ace of spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. Does check.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my
and he
God.
hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop, like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's going to jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2-pair. Good laydown by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
Right, yeah.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's outs. And not going to get anyone to fold.
Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in free flop.
No one has a suited hand. So we're going to see... We're going to see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Queen-Jack is actually going to lead. For 25, this is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often going to get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like, it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach. And Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now, this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah.
And Chaz is the only one with a pair, and does make the call.
This folds open-ended. Oh, yeah. No, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind.
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to see.
No, very surprising to see the call there.
She needs to pair the board.
She might think she still got her spades, but she don't know how strong she has spades as well. She just called, right?
Come on, Chaz, pull me
Fireworks,
in.
second hand. Let's go. Fireworks, first hand. Bink!
Oh.
Skrilla just gets better.
Yeah, Skrilla's hand improved. Bubble, that's a miss.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, start me off with the stuff.
Won't be undersold.
Maybe you got a fucking headset.
500, huh?
Oh, yeah. Is he going to be nice? Is he going to play nice?
No, like start off with.
That's that old school right there.
Would that be any good?
He know.
I'm all in.
And a blue gold.
So you know I got more than that. If you can't beat that, bowl.
She missed. He can have 2 pairs. You see what I'm saying?
You're beat.
Does he have
What, you got a set of 10?
the 2 cards that make it rougher?
6, 10?
He's trying to talk her into call.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, let me
Okay.
answer.
Do you think you bet 500? Okay. Do you think I'm not? If I put all my chips in there, you don't think I got the nuts?
No.
Well, am I gonna put all my chips in without the nuts?
I mean, I know that that's what you want me to think. I don't want to embarrass myself
How would you embarrass yourself?
by folding my fucking hand.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was
Better
Pistol
off.
Pete.
Save
Yeah,
your money
I
for
think
next time.
Yeah, for sure.
I know.
Yeah.
You missed.
Well, that's a true statement. But I got lucky too. I got lucky on the river. I did miss. Can I show her one more card?
No, it's okay. Show me.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
I call. I have a set of 10s. Alright.
See how he
I
acts.
told you I got lucky on the river.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my gosh.
That's old school, new
That's-
school, and that's what happens.
Pokery, that's salesmanship.
That was the fucking go-to saying.
You ever pull a
Rub it on
beauty
my
contest
titties.
card and you have to walk around and like
$50 bill, dude.
walk like in a beauty pageant? Oh, flopping the set here, Skrilla. How much better can he run
The
tonight?
best one was Stan
And he's
for Jungle Man. And,
somebody's
Guam.
leading out into him.
That was
He
actually
checked
a more recent one, but.
Must be good for check raises all the
Y'all
time.
remember
Unless
that one?
Mike getting a
Where
little
they
frisky
did
here.
Well,
seriously Stan.
Skrilla folded. Oh no, who was at the fold? Rocket?
Oh, man.
Skrilla's getting super cagey with the flat here. Well, no, because now the draws get there.
It said like Chaz League
You gotta lead out.
I forgot. No, it said like,
This Chazley, I think.
was it? Yeah, Chaz.
Good game.
And I saw your picture and I was like, this dude
Will
looks
Mike
like
gamble with him?
molested.
Spade?
Good reading. You didn't even know?
Once or
Oh,
twice.
he does.
Because I was looking like month over month.
It's all in.
But you
Gambles with him.
So I was like, dude, I was
Straight draw, flush draw.
And I
Flush
didn't
draw,
like-
straight draw.
Oh, that had to help.
Got there both ways.
I was playing like a bunch of
He
Made
got
the
there
straight
both
and made the flush.
because I commented, you're like, you're on the starting lineup. I was like, I gotta play. No, and if people can't shoot it, that's fine.
It's a big play.
Look at Rolex with the 3 bet.
And he's dominated.
Jazz
That's
with a
that
pair.
position.
Jazz with a flat with a pair there.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop.
There's a
Oh, we got so close.
set.
Got straight draw for Rolex.
Ant-Man might win a $4,000 side pod with 8
You're
high.
right. If it's ace of 5 clears the board.
Oh my gosh. And Ant-Man's going to win the side pot with 8 high. All in.
Yeah. Gonna shove.
Yeah.
And then immediately acting, and they already
Another good fold.
So you definitely want to target just full colors with his quads as a player a decent frequency at a time. And he does call. Couldn't be shown the quads. And then he 8.
When that ace hits the river.
Oh,
that's not good.
Give me the fucking pot. Straight. Give me the pot.
and I feel, but no, yeah, it does fold.
Well, hello there. Welcome to Rounders Tonight from Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas. Tonight, we bring you the final stream of Rounders Tonight. This is the feature table of the $100,000 guarantee, the Rounders Roundup, the final Rounders major tournament that we have. Tonight, with me doing commentary is the one and only Ghost of M. What's up, Ghosty?
Hello, hello. How you doing?
Hey, doing well, doing well. Nice of you to join me. It's really great to finally hear your voice. We've interacted for a couple of years now on many streams, but this is the first time we've actually heard each other's voice. First time I've heard your voice. You've heard my voice lots of times.
Yeah, it's like everything's coming together. We got Happy on the deal, and this guy in the visor looks like he came to party.
Yeah, fresh off of a fishing boat, it looked like. So what we've got here, we're down to about the final three tables. We had 882 registrants, players enter this tournament. $200 buy-in for a $100,000 guarantee. We are joining these guys. We're going to pick up the action here shortly. We see Mark opening to 175 with 8-9 suited. But as I was saying, we had 882 players register for this tournament. We're now down to the final three table. We see Nick in seat 9 is going to jam. Valley Nick jamming with Queen Jack. He's got a really good feel for the table. He always does. Can get through. Picks up the dead money, the blinds, and then that opening with the 8-9 in early-ish position. So this is the feature table. We're going to just kind of transition from this table. We'll stay right on our stream table. We've got 9 players here. They will remain here until they either bust out or lose enough players at the other outer tables to make it to the final 9. And what we see here, we've got Mark W. in seat 3 is the chip leader at this table. Over 2.5 million chips.
Yeah, what I see is that the ICM, the pay jumps are not that big until a couple of the final table eliminations have already taken place. So people are going to be going for it here.
Yeah, you're right, Ghost. The idea is that they're going to need to chip up to make the final table. That is where the big money is. Like right now, not sure exactly how many players remain here at this point in time, but in real time, right now at this moment, like 15 minutes ago from what we're watching, it was kind of confusing, but there are 25 players left. If you bust out now, you'll make $760. If you make the final 9, once you make the final table, 9th place is going to get $2,200. So you really want to kind of get there.
What I noticed about the Texas players, 2,200 buyers, that's about half a buy-in for them. So I don't think they're too worried about that.
Yeah, they need to go a little bit deeper, don't they? All right, what are we looking at? We got second pair folds, a couple of ace high cards, pair of eights for Bazooka in seat 5. I played with Bazooka. I fired one bullet in this tournament yesterday. I played with Bazooka for a few hours. Nice to see him making a deep run. There's a jack for Christian on the river. Possible Broadway out there. Let's see how Bazooka proceeds. 650 in the pot. Just
You
over
can't
10 blinds.
you can't fault them for betting here, but it's just a
Right.
really unlucky river. That's one of those rivers you got to kind of just fold and take your lumps.
Good look at Christian, just kind of eyeing the pot, trying to recreate the action.
Yeah, I would be shocked if he considers anything but a call here. I mean
Okay.
that's unreal.
Plays it down. Yep. Yeah, he hit a good card there on the river, but the early action, I guess, kind of just made him a believer. Bazooka now has 2.4 million chips in his stack.
Well, this is one of those things where the better players kind of identify who is thinking about those small pay jumps, maybe a little bit too much, and the 200K is not insignificant when the smallest stack at the table started with 900K. However, relative to
Yep.
the pot, I think you're forced to call with Ace Jack there. I don't think there's any way you can fold that river.
Yeah, it's hard to say what has transpired before we joined them. So,
Oh yeah, that's another thing is that we have no idea. So depending upon, do you think Bazooka was an overly tight player from your experience with him?
I didn't see him playing an excessive amount of hands. Um, I really missed the action on this particular hand that we just watched that was just finished, but I kind of would categorize him as more of a straightforward player.
Yeah, I mean it's difficult to say. It could be that that's one of those situations where folding versus range is good, but I guess I'm
Right.
not good enough to fold there.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, it's just I think some of the times you get a call. A lot of times you gotta find a call there. Um, you know, could be losing to a 10, a king, and a queen. Maybe he just wanted to find a better spot. Anyway, Mark's got a lot. Mark that we're watching, he's in the hand with fives. He was the chip leader when we joined. Again, we see Nico just jamming.
Nico's picked up a couple good spots here early, all things considered, coming in basically shortest at the table to start this
Yeah,
feature table.
yeah. He's a fun player to watch. He's pretty active. He's real again. He does kind of he has a really good feel for where he is.
Yeah, that the no limit hold'em tournament game is so tough now that guys like that who know how to push those marginal spots they just eat everybody up. It's very competitive.
Yeah, he's chipping up, chipping up, chipping up. But he also is the type of player who, in one or two hands, he could just be a ghost.
I take that personally.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Welcome to everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We scroll back up to the top. I see lots of some familiar faces here. Alexandria Kinney. Hey yourself. What's up? Dyersville Ghosts. Is that a relative of yours?
So just be careful when you're cutting out.
No relation.
Like when you were cutting out chips to make your bet earlier. Okay. Because if any
Corey
of them come across the line,
SATX.
they're gonna have to close. No problem. All right.
The split screen is just to start. That's before the actual stream starts. It's just kind of the way we bring it in.
Raise to 150,000.
Poker Jesus says Clint is going to make another final table. Clint Hartshorn has made multiple final tables on our streams here, and I did see him in the field. I was there in the card room this afternoon. Shock.
Isn't
And
that from a movie or something? Like, explain to me how the same 5 guys make every final table at Rounders Card Room.
right. Yeah, it ain't luck. There you go, Mark picks up another one there. Top pair, nice kicker. Yeah, so what they're shooting for, the payouts, this is what let me see if I think I've got that here. Brink. First place. Everybody's trying to get that $25,000 payout. As I mentioned, ninth place, if you make the final table, you're going to get $2,200. And you can see all in between. That's where the good money is. This is not bad for a $200 buy-in.
Not at all. Although you got to imagine a couple of these guys they've got a ninth place finish in them in buy-ins already. I just from what I've seen, I just feel like the general player in this pool isn't so worried about you know that small
Yep.
ladder or making those minimum final table cash.
Yeah, what you're saying is anybody who busts out at this time is not going to be really, really thrilled with their finish.
Yeah, they're not fist pumping.
Right.
No. We're just shares. You and I are going to
Poker Jesus is tough when you got to come in second to break even.
like we should. Yeah. It's like behind this. Behind this column.
A lot of bullets.
We better just write you and my name start at 7.
Good one, Ghost. Amen at Poker Jesus. I get it.
Raise 150.
Seems like there's a lot of supporters for Clint out there in the wild.
Yeah, Clint's made some pretty good runs. Several, even in our major our series events, had some pretty good. I think he won a big one, didn't he, Vicky? That's Vicky's wife in the chat.
Oh, okay.
We got Steven, ace-5 suited, going up against Christian, where their heads up.
Well, he's a lucky man. Having family and friends behind you, it makes a big difference when you're. People don't realize how much goes into seriously playing these on a regular basis.
Yeah, no doubt. True that. Clint needs some fishing boat money. I think Poker Jesus is kind of angling for a little fishing trip. If I didn't know better.
Well, here since we started, Nico has climbed his way from shortest stack up until about fifth position, and then you're seeing that there's no mercy in this game. Christian looks down at 4 deuce. He's falling down. Now he's in the shortest stack.
Yeah. Steven raising an early position with 3s.
This one is not Helmut approved. I'm sure of that.
Gets it through.
I think it was the visor. This is visor power.
Right. The crabs make it through. San Antonio News, yes, sir. Says he appreciates Rounders, the owners of Rounders, providing a great place to play poker. Yep, I remember that. I've been there since the beginning as well, Mr. News. They did build a nice place, a comfortable place where you can just, have a good place to play. The rules are going to be enforced, and just no shady business. So we had a good run. Rounders will be closed. They're going to be closing tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. They close for 2 days. They'll open up on the 3rd at 4 p.m.
So
And
going into this ownership change,
yes, sir.
I know that they are planning to build a new studio for the live stream, but what about the location itself? Are they completely moving this location to a different
Yeah,
location in
yeah,
town?
it's going to be in the same shopping center. So
Oh,
it's
okay, the
just going to
same
be
shopping
moving
center.
down. Yeah, it's just a couple of suites over from where they are now. Basically, they're where Rounders is. There's a Mexican restaurant next door to us, and then on the other side of that is a vacant space. It's pretty large. It's a former Office Depot, and so they're just going to leapfrog over the Mexican restaurant and take over the Office Depot location.
Well, that's incredible luck. I mean, the location they have now seems humongous, so I can only imagine if the other one's bigger, how huge that must be.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit. I don't know what the square footage, the difference is on the square footage, but we see Christian going on. He's jamming from the small blind with 9-8. It's blind on blind
Yeah,
play here.
you can't blame him with the shortest stack and just getting no cards, but I don't think he's going to get it through here. I think it's going to be difficult to fold Jack 10 with these odds.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
What? Wrong again.
Steven makes a fold and lets Christian pass.
These guys really don't like to call off versus the shoves, it seems so far.
That'll change, I think, once they feel the pressure of the blinds reaching them. So I think maybe they're still a little bit feel like they have a little bit more playability. But I think if you're really thinking about it, that's quite likely uh, suggested a call.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, you got a stack to pot ratio that is basically right about one and getting close to being less than one if you fold a few more of those spots. So it's really difficult to fold Jack 10 blind versus blind there when you figure they've got to be shoving everything.
Yeah, yeah. There's going to be a lot wider. Hooks. Ace King. Interesting choice. Mark electing to limp with 3 is an early position. Now he's going to, looking like he's going to limp call. 150. Top pair for hooks. All right. Mark did not hit a set, so he just quickly ejects. Corey SATX wants to know how long we have to turn in rounders chips. Yes, there is going to be a period of time where they are going to allow you to do that. You've got some chips at home in your pocket, in your bag, or whatever. I don't know exactly what the amount of time is, but it's going to be a little while. There will be a transition. It's probably going to be at least a couple of weeks, maybe a month. But if you have that, if that situation applies to you, I would definitely ask at the front desk or give them a call. That's a really good question. And Noah Bidet, this is not the final table. This is a feature table. We still have 3 tables left. Ooh, Mark's got aces this time. Hooks makes the call with 4s. Now he's set mining.
Yeah, am I imagining things, or does Hook really have a run of small pairs going so far?
Yeah. Mark spikes a set, top set.
This is one of those times when you're happy not to hit a set because, yeah, you lay in odds against yourself basically with those 4s.
Set of aces will make it through. So yeah, this we mentioned. This is the final stream for us. The final Rounders tournament. A lot of lasts going on today. As I said, the Lodge has acquired all the assets of Rounders. So in a couple of days, the next time you show up to this card house, you won't be playing at Rounders. You'll be playing at the Lodge. Bazooka mixing it up a little bit. Ace 9 offsuit. Steven makes the call, Queen Jack. Nico's got King Queen on the button. That looks like a 3-bet.
It's the perfect squeeze spot with King Queen, and Bazooka kind of gives off that air like, he seems to be the most active, but
I made a mistake, Ghost. That wasn't a 3-bet. He just calls.
well, it was still a good spot for one, but somehow he
No,
dodges it because
I was going to
Casey
say,
Mo wakes up with the aces.
yeah, he's really lucky he elected. Oh, look at the. Oh, wow. Oh, Bazooka. Okay. Bazooka accidentally dropped the chip in the middle. I thought he was calling. Yeah. Yeah. So he kind of did stuff like that when I was playing. Just kind of a weird handling of the chips wasn't quite, crisp. Nick just likes his position. Thinks maybe it's possible he's flipping.
Yeah,
Casey Mo.
this is a very different from the other spot he was in before. I think doesn't even matter what the odds are. Kind of, you sort of like force yourself by not making the 3-bet to just get away from this here.
Man, he's going to make the call. He's going to be in bad shape. Definitely going up, swimming upstream here. King, Queen against aces.
Well, let's see if he sacrificed his live rooster today.
Yeah. Three, 4, 2 hearts. The hearts are covered by the aces. So yeah, that's going to be a scoop there for Casey Mo. He ends up making a nut flush, a wheel. He's got overpair, a wheel, flush. A lot of hands he beats with that run out. So Casey Mo now is going to find himself with 1.7 million. Is that right? And Nico is now back to the bottom at this table.
Yeah, he's tied with Christian now, basically just holding on.
Yeah, they both have about 10 big blinds.
You can still do quite a lot with it, but you definitely get the feeling like that just takes so much momentum losing a pot like that.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah. He's 175.
Oh, there's Alvy. Alvy's going to jam. He's all in for 700,000. He's jamming all in over the top of an opening from Joe, who has ace queen suited. Steven has a suited ace as well, ace 10. So good thing for Alvy, they're kind of blocking each other. The aces are blocked. Did Joe rejam?
No,
Or he just called?
Whatever he did, I don't like it.
I think he put in about 800,000.
This is just.
Wait, no, it's more. It's 1.3 or so. Yeah. Or, okay, 1.47. There we go.
I actually don't mind Joe's fold there, but this is not good.
705, 705,000.
Yeah, so Joe 4 bets to isolate. He did get an inferior ace to fold. Oh, top pair for Joe. He hits the queen. Oh, that's going to be it for Alvy. A lot of diamonds, but I think that, yeah, that's going to be the end of the road for Coach in seat 1.
GG, Avi.
Yep. We'll try to update you once we lose a little bit more players. We'll give you guys an update how many, like what position that player went out in. See if I can find that out for you as we go.
Scan cards again for me, please. You're good. Thank you, sir. Raise 125.
Nice pop for Christian, staying alive.
Raise, call. That shot is super strong. That shot is super strong.
We'll get another player to take seat 1 here shortly. The tournament directors will balance out.
The cute stacking shot, like I was thinking, I had a good hand too. I can stay with these. Maybe he's
Bazooka's doing something that this is a mistake I've often made in the past, letting people what's going on a little bit too much.
Yeah, giving some information on what he did, what he had, what he folded.
Yeah, and letting them know that he had a good read on the other guy, which a lot of these guys just really don't. So it's like not a lot to gain by letting people know that.
Nico raise and take it.
Maybe heads up, I wouldn't do it. With Queen Jack is low, right? That's why I call it.
This is one of the most interesting things to me about tournament
You're getting
poker.
called.
Is,
You're getting called. Still, you
what makes players want to outline their entire strategy to the table?
Well, I think it's an ego thing, Ghost. I mean, people are sitting at the table. This is a competition, right? You're in competition against the other players, and maybe you want them to fear you. Maybe you want them to think that you are a competent player. So you want to tell them, "Hey, I know what's going on," but it's kind of doesn't have the intended effect. You're diminishing your effectiveness by telling them by giving them a glimpse into your mind and your thought process.
Yeah, I think poker can be such a lonely game. I think sometimes, like in this case, I feel like he's just lightheartedly just having a nice conversation with fellow poker players. It's
Yep.
kind of like he's not going to really have this chance to talk to people about hands, and he just enjoys it, But
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right. For a lot of players, it's a mystery to me. I don't understand it, but that is a factor, I'm sure, for many people. It's a good flop for him.
Yeah, he's open ended. He's got bottom pair, but Mark has top pair. Actually, I kind of like the other hand too. 2 overs and a gut shot straight draw folded. King Queen would have gotten there. Mark. Top pair. Bazooka just trying to get there.
That's a situation where you're out of position, and if you're going to play a hand like that, you basically have no way to win if you don't lead on the end there. I mean, it's just like that's why you just fold. You know, just don't even play and donate to the pot. It's so hard to take control from the small blind there.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, you either hit your straight or you lose.
Right. Poker Jesus, yeah, especially with that run out. Yeah, I agree with that. With your read there, people want to appear smart and respected. That's kind of what I was saying. And then the people who sit at the table with headphones on, don't interact, no socialization. Poker is a social game, social interaction. If you're really, really good, you want the people who you're better than to have a good time so that they'll stay and give you
Yeah.
time to win their money.
Well, like when you think about tournament players, like Daniel Negreanu is a perfect example of the master of that, right? Like he will talk to everyone and make people feel comfortable, but he will never reveal what he has. He will always ask other people, "Hey, what did you have here? What do you have there? What are you doing there?" You know.
Well, you're right. As we see, Queen Jack 5 rainbow flop. Joe's got top pair, and Hooks has second pair. See how they navigate their way through this hand. We'll pick the Daniel Negreanu thing up in just a second. Very quick betting from Joe. He's acting with conviction. Hooks is going to take his time with this one.
Of the two players, I prefer Hook's approach. I feel like Joe is kind of playing that get out of my pot poker, which you're kind of playing your hand a little bit face up when you're trying to push people out that strongly.
Yeah. He thought about it, went through the paces.
Maybe he just feels like he doesn't have enough chips to really be floating in there. But a lot of better players will, they'll know that, hey, when I hit that jack on the river, I know I'm good. I'm not going to fold.
Right. And back to Daniel, you were saying how he's a master at gleaning information from his opponents by engaging in conversations with them, asking whatever, what his thought process was or what he had in that situation.
Yeah,
And
and to
Daniel's
poker
going to give
Jesus,
some information. He's going to
yeah.
play ping pong with them a little bit, but rest assured, he's going to get more from that exchange than you are.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
Yeah.
to poker Jesus's point, he's going to make the recreational players enjoy being at the table. They're going to go
Absolutely.
home. They're going to have a story. I played with Daniel Negreanu. He's the nicest guy. He's not going to tank. He's going to play, respectfully.
Yeah. Yeah, there are people that are good at that make you have fun and enjoyable time while you're giving them your chips.
Yeah, sadly, I never enjoyed it enough.
Well played, Steven. Found the price he was willing to pay from the big blind and got a good piece of it.
He really has some very interesting bet sizes. I mean, I felt like that was too much, but he knew exactly the amount to make it to get what he wanted out of that.
Yeah. He's out of position. Seemed like he was really hoping to end the hand right there on the flop.
Here for 75. Hold that hard betting there when you cut those chips down. You're gonna cut them out to the side, not in front of each stack. Thank you.
Suited ace-7 for Mark. Nico's got 8-9 of hearts. He'll see the flop.
That's 400.
Not really Nico's flop. Check, bet, fold.
Mark is really in a good position, even though, he doesn't have a humongous stack, but he's got just a great position on the table with a big enough stack that he can exert a lot of pressure on everybody. He can play
Yep.
any hand he wants, and it's not going to hurt him at all.
Right.
When you get down to the 10 big blind range, like we have 3 players around that range now, it's really difficult to play hands unless you're really fully committed to them.
That's a good point. Yeah, you should when your chip stack is going to kind of determine the range of hands, how often you're willing to play, and what hands you want to open with. Okay, Joe's going to open with ace queen offsuit. And Nico jams with king jack offsuit. This is for Valley Nico's life here. He's going to need to hit a king or a jack. I guess he's got diamonds over Joe. There's a king. King on the flop. Wow, two pair for Nico. Oh, he's going to double up.
Ace queen wins one, and then it does what it's supposed to do there. It loses.
Even when it was ahead.
Yeah, well, that's when you know it's definitely going to lose.
Yeah, that's definitely a loser. Yeah.
But you can't fault Nico. He's so short that you know what? The king jack, a lot of people are just going to go with it. The pot's like basically the same size as his chip stack there, so he has to kind of pick a spot somewhere.
Yeah. He's not going to go down easy, I'll tell you that. He's not going to get blinded out.
Oh, when players like that, when they actually run a little bit good or a little bit above EV, they can be a nightmare because, obviously he knows enough to know to pick a decent spot. He's going to be tough to beat.
He is. Yep. He's one of those kids, those guys that plays with Chaz's game here. When I mentioned Chaz's game, it's a larger, higher stakes cash game that we have here a couple times a week. So he has the ability to move between the cash games and the tournament structure.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you will know about that, at least not so much about strategy, but more so just about outlook, is that he's definitely not a guy worrying about making the final table for $2,000 if he's playing in that game.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, we got ace king versus ace queen. Bazooka is dominated. Christian is Bazooka has Christian covered though.
If those are any further in the
This is a more consequential pot than it appears, just because this is, about half of Bazooka's stack here.
Flop. Oh
No,
no!
Jack.
Well, well, you know what? It's the flush. That was remarkable. So a jack would have given Bazooka the win, even though the king was for Christian. But he
Wow.
hit the correct jack. That was exciting.
Yeah, that was a fake out for me there. I was really thinking of the jack, and then it was just the wrong jack.
So with that hand, Christian is now 1.4 million chips.
Yeah, this is another mental aspect of tournaments that's a little bit different from a cash game. Is that you expect the action, the blinds are going up, but you expect some of these short stacks to lose too sometimes.
Yeah, that's
Everybody
right.
keeps doubling up. We've had one elimination so far, and everyone else just gets it in and just doubles up.
40-80.
Christian's all in again with ace queen this time.
1.2 mil.
He just opened jam, didn't he?
0.4. 1,400,000.
That feels like a lot of chips from this specific player.
17.5 big blinds is what that is for Christian.
Yeah,
Mark?
it's not even just so much the big blinds. It's more like he's been so tight in general that you kind of feel like,
Yeah. Yeah,
if
yeah.
it's me, I don't really want to be playing sevens with this
Yeah,
guy.
that's a good point. Yeah.
Like every other time, he min raised a few times. He only jammed when he had like 8 big blinds. Now all of a sudden, he's just like piling it in. It's just weird.
So Christian does jam 17 and a half big blinds, and Mark had pocket sevens. After careful consideration, he decides to fold. That would have been for not quite half of his stack, but a very significant portion of his stack. I think Mark had started the hand with like 43, 44 big blinds.
Yeah, I think that's a spot where even when you see the cards, it's easy to think, oh, you got to be in there. But I really think sevens is not doing great against the whole range there.
Yeah, that's right. You're flipping with a lot, and you're also going to be dominated a significant portion of times. So Bazooka left the table in his blinds. He's left his small blind out there.
I think it was
Sometimes
Enrico Salazzo who said, when you got to go, you got to go.
sometimes you just got to go. Nature calls.
Yep.
Casey Moe's got sixes. Joe takes one down. Joe's working on a nice little stack there now. 2.7 million for him. He's actually pretty much tied with Mark for the chip lead at the table.
That is one of those things, though. You know, you've got Mark kind of just two positions to your right there, sort of. You know, two players in between, and both players have to kind of now they have to be a little bit wary of each other. You can't really just do things without being mindful of where the other player's at.
Joe's just going to complete from the small blind. Calls with 10-5 offsuit. Christian, like a good player, going to raise. He happens to have a good hand. King, queen offsuit. Christian chipping up nicely. He's up to 2.1. Yeah, he was just 2 hands ago. He was at 14 and a half big blinds. He's now up over 26 big blinds. So doing a good job. Christian getting hot at the right time. Joe's raising his ace from the button. Christian's got ace queen. Got him dominated. And he's going to go ahead and 3-bet from the small blind. Another ace.
And this 3-bet is really, really tiny. I mean, this really sends a certain message, and Joe may just think that Christian is kind of messing with him after the blind versus blind raise.
We can see that Steven would have flopped 2 pair, top 2. How many aces are in this deck? Gosh.
Well, it sure feels that way sometimes, doesn't it?
Top pair for both Christian and Joe. Oh. Wow. Christian wastes no time in snap calling. It goes bet, jam, call in less than 2.5 seconds. And Steven is probably telling everybody, I would have had 2 pair. Oh, that's going to be a chop. Aces and sixes with a king kicker.
It's a chop! Yes!
Joe gets saved.
Unfortunate.
Christian smiles, but it's kind of a weak smile.
Yeah, I mean, good on him for being a good sport, but that's definitely one of those spots where you're hoping to scoop that and get some keep the momentum going. Rather,
goodness, yeah. Sure, he's got to be disappointed. But not as disappointed as Steven. Steven's just kicking himself.
Yeah, I mean, this case, the hand kind of makes sense. And it also makes sense that he might not totally believe Christian after a couple hands in a row where he just gets raised out.
Yeah, Steven made the right fold.
48. Didn't want that anyway.
Hang on, guys. If I have y'all rescan your hand.
That's what makes the elite players so tough there, because when you 3-bet tiny like that,
There we go. Good, guys.
you've either got the monster or you really are vulnerable, and it's very difficult when your opponent's with ace 5 just 4-bet jam from the big blind there, and you're just looking down at ace jack.
Yeah, that's not easy. It wouldn't be an easy call for me. I'm not saying I would fold, but
It's gonna be fun hand in the machine. No, the bet. The bet is 180. Yes.
welcome to the stream, Mary. Mary's son Christian is on the table here.
All right, heads up.
It's been very active the last 15 minutes or so. 5, 6, 7 gut shot for both players.
You only have like one more size bet like that behind. 300,000.
Nines is an overpair to this board.
Right, 2 3s and 3 came up on the break. One guy. Yeah, 2 3. Yeah, 2 3.
Casey Mo gets it.
You got another 3?
Jazz Yacht Rocker wants to know when Rounders is going to become the Lodge. That is going to happen on the 3rd, Wednesday. Wednesday at 4 p.m. Where Rounders will open. Well, the card room will open up as the Lodge, San Antonio.
You're not getting another one.
Today is the last day operations are under the Rounders brand. They're going to shut down at, I think, 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. So if you're in the area and you want to get some play in under Rounders one last time, one last night, there's still time to do that. Yeah, still there's another tournament going on. There's cash games going. I was playing there this afternoon.
He's putting them to the test.
Yep. Casey Mo with a big raise. Blind versus blind.
So after the second table draw, we're gonna move, right? We're gonna be moved. After the what? Second table draw, like 18 people left. No, you won't be moved. We'll balance tables down, but this table's not breaking. So you guys aren't redraw? No, we only redraw for final table. Final table is the only time we redraw. Yeah, we're gonna do an unofficial final table at 10, but that'll be the redraw. Thank you.
Christian with ace queen again. Suited this time. Careful, Christian. Mom's watching. It's a good spot against Steven, who is 3-betting from the cutoff.
Yeah, so far I think he's making Mom pretty proud. I mean, I might adopt him if anything were to happen with that.
All right, I'll see what I can do about getting contact information for you, Ghost.
I think his mother's pretty happy with him, but yeah, if his family doesn't give him the support, hey, he's making me proud.
It's 500,000.
Steven puts half his stack in on a C bet. Not even a C bet. It gets checked over to him.
I doubled him up. I gave the.
Yeah, this is one of those spots I got to think about a little bit more. That's a tough one.
Well, it worked out for him, but it's yeah, that's I don't know what to say about that. It's just kind of like some in basketball. There's a bully ball.
Yeah, I expect him to turn over deuces when I jam on him, honestly.
Hmm. He put so much of his stack in. Christian knew there was no way he could get him to fold.
But that's kind of like that's that fulcrum point right now where the game has changed so much because at one point in time, people would have said you can't put that much of your stack in because it just looks so weak. Like you're trying to push people out. You know, you got to bet a reasonable amount. But now
Right?
there's so many people jamming or betting huge with the nuts like that that you're kind of like in between those two. Well, which one is it?
Yeah. And if you're the kind of player who can balance that and do both ways, bet when you have nothing, bet when you have the nuts.
Yeah, you're going to
You're
make
going to
a
be
lot
tough
of
to play
money.
against. Hmm.
Yeah.
Here we go. Bazooka's all in with the King Jack offsuit. He needs a 10. As Casey Mo has flopped top pair. And he has a 10 in his hand. Does KC. Well,
GG, Bazooka.
yep, that's going to be it for Bazooka. Bazooka is out in 19th place.
All right, we're gonna have dead small
19th
blind. You'll be the
place
big
for
blind.
Bazooka.
He got unlucky in a few spots. He played well, but he just, when you get short, you got to kind of go with it. And
Yeah.
unlike most of the short stacks, he just couldn't get there.
I don't even know what that's worth these days, but still need the Annie. Dead small blind on this hand. You stand there, Carl, please. Raise the 240.
Joe thinking about playing the 9-7 suited out of position. Yep. He's going to do it.
75,000. I thought that was right. Heads up.
Monotone flop, all diamonds. Top pair for Steven. Nothing at all for Joe. As we get a new player taking over seat 5. Oh, that's Jesse. Jesse's a longtime Rounders player. Used to play in a lot of cash streams with us. But Steven takes that pot down. And if you guys, people that are just joining us, we are watching the feature table action. Feature table action of the $100,000 Rounders Roundup.
Don't worry about it.
Got about 18 players left, so we're down to the final 2 tables. We just did a little table balancing, so we should have 2 full tables at this point.
Good button, but whatever. If they he gets dealt in on the button. That's only a cash game where he doesn't get dealt in. Thank you, bro.
Oh, no. Is that right? They didn't give us instructions.
Yeah, we've never played on the live stream here.
Not on this table, I haven't.
Nico showing a willingness to continue raising even as he gets short.
Nico takes it down. All right, so we've got a full table now. Seat 4 and 5 are the newest players that are added to a table.
And mine kept not showing it. So I kept saying, kept going.
Seat 4 is D. D's place is she's regular rounders. Actually, 3 players are joining us. We got D in seat 4, Jesse in 5, and Larry
target-looking thing in front of you. That's
in seat
standard.
1.
That's what I'm throwing the cards to. So if I ask you to rescan, that's just where I'm asking.
Okay, but if you do that, it should be good.
If I don't say anything, you're good. Just keep rolling like nothing happened.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You don't bend the cards at all. Raise to 160. Right, the cards are posted. No, they're not. I mean, no, yeah, you can treat them like normal cards. Yeah, I'll give it normal cards. Yeah, you don't have to be extra tender. What did that say?
Roundup players, not in the hand. We're on a 10-minute break. We're off. I'm coloring the
Shout out to
on this break, guys.
Happy and all the other dealers around us taking control of the table, giving all the information.
Different. It's because I counted it.
Right. Yep.
Just doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, Happy has great control of the table. All right, Nico has raised. He's open from under the gun with King Queen offsuit. Casey Mo has Ace Queen. Little position.
Inks are getting colored up, man.
And the players, as you see, are departing the table. There is a tournament break. It's just going to be a 10-minute break here shortly. This hand is going to bleed into the break just a little bit. So when we'll stay here until this hand is terminated, and then we'll take a little small break. So Casey Mo is 3-bet to 480. He's asking for a significant portion of Nico's chips. 8 high flop. KC with just a C bet is going to put Nico all in, I believe. Yeah. Nico folds. He missed.
Nico just has a tremendous amount of comfort and confidence. You can tell he knows where he's at, and he's willing to put a lot in because he knows if he is good on the flop, he's gonna get paid.
Right. Well, Ghost, we're gonna take a little break. We'll step away, chat. We'll be right back in just about 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, and you're
Stand
drawing
by.
dead to or close to dead to a hand like King Jack with a King of Spades, Queen Jack with a Queen of Spades, Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. Does check.
It's real bad.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my
and he
God.
hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop, like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's going to jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2 pair. Good laydown by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
Right, yeah.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's outs. And not going to get anyone to play.
Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in pre-flop.
No one has a suited hand. So we're going to see... We're going to see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Queen Jack is actually going to lead For 25, this is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often going to get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like, it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach. And Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now, this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah.
And Chaz is the only one with a pair, and does make the call.
This folds open-ended. Oh, yeah. No, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind.
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to see.
No, very surprising to see the call there.
She needs to pair the board.
She might think she still got her spades, but she don't know how strong she has spades as well. She just called, right?
Come on, Chaz, pull me
Fireworks,
in.
second hand. Let's go. Fireworks, first hand. Bink!
Oh.
Skrilla just gets better.
Yeah, Skrilla's hand improved. Bubble, that's a miss.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Start me
she
off with the stuff.
won't be undersold.
Then you got a fucking headset.
500, huh?
Oh, yeah. Is he going to be nice? Is he going to play nice?
No, let's start off.
That's that old school right there.
Would that be any good?
He know.
I'm all in.
And a blue ball.
So you know I got more than that. If you can't beat that, fold.
She missed. He had 2 pairs.
What do you mean
You
you're
see what
not
I'm saying?
supposed to fold? You're beat.
Does he have
What, you got a set of 10?
2 cards that make it rougher?
6, 10?
He's trying to talk her into call.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, let me answer.
Do you think you bet 500? Okay. Do you think I'm not? If I put all my chips in there, you don't think I got the nuts?
No.
Well, am I gonna put all my chips in without the nuts?
I mean, I know that that's what you wanted to think. I don't want to embarrass myself.
How would you embarrass yourself?
By folding my fucking hand.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was
Let her
Pistol
off.
Pete.
Save your money for next time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You missed.
Well, that's a true statement. But I got lucky too. I got lucky on the river. I did miss. Can I show her one more card?
No, it's show me.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
I call. I have a set of sense.
Ah!
Alright.
See how he
I
acts.
told you I got lucky on the river.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my gosh.
That's old school, new
That's-
school. And that's what happens.
That's pokery, that's salesmanship.
That was the fucking go-to saying.
You ever pull the
Rub it on
beauty
my
contest
titties.
card and you have to walk around,
It's a
like,
$50 bill, dude.
walk like in a beauty pageant? Oh, flopping the set here, Skrilla. How much better can he run
The
tonight?
best one was Stan
And he's
for Jungle Man. And,
somebody's
Guam.
leading out into him.
That was
He
actually
checked
a
it.
more recent one, but.
Must be good for check raises all the time.
Y'all remember
Whereas
that one?
Mike getting a
So
little
they
frisky
did
here.
Well,
seriously Stan.
Skrilla folded. Oh no, who was that the fold? Rocket?
remember it offhand.
I know
Skrilla's getting super cagey with the flat here. Well, no, because now the draws get there.
It said like Chaz Lee
You gotta lead out.
I forgot. No, it said like.
This Chazley, I think.
Was it? Yeah, Chaz. And I saw your picture and I was like, this dude
Will
looks
Mike
like
gamble with him?
molested.
Spades?
Good reading. You didn't even know?
Once or
Oh,
twice.
he does.
Because I was like month over month.
That's all in.
But you
Gambles with him.
So I was like, dude, I was
Straight draw, flush draw. Flush draw, straight draw. Pink. Got there both ways.
playing like a bunch
He
Made
got
the
there
straight
both
and made the flush.
because I commented, you're like, you're on the starting lineup. I was like, I gotta play. No, and if people can't shoot it, that's fine.
It's a big play.
Look at Rolex with the 3 bet.
And he's dominated.
Jazz with a
that
pair.
position.
Jasmine a flat with a pair there.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop.
There's a
Oh, we got so close.
set.
Got straight draw for Rolex Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky Rogers, have you ever been
Got shot.
You can see that. Jazz with
Back
the,
door.
How'd you get that name?
oh, that's a good card.
Rolex will continue firing.
2 street.
9-10 is already there though.
Yeah.
Go set.
He's all in.
Quads.
That's it.
4 fours.
Just a little quads. 4 fours.
A lot of fours.
You only got no one number.
Chaz, what are you going to do here?
I'm going to absolutely annihilate her.
Bubbles, why do you believe in yourself?
Give it my all.
Chaz, you don't have to say, but how much LBs do you think you have on Bubbles right now?
LBs? What are those?
A lot. The number is a lot.
What's an LB?
Pounds. Were you in some sort of like arm wrestling school that we don't know about?
I think that's good. I can't discuss okay. What's the line?
The line is Chaz wins.
Yeah, he's at minus 500.
The line is no shot.
Ready?
You ready?
Bubbles, remember the technique.
Alright.
You ready?
I think that there's going to be some shenanigans right here.
Wait, I'm not ready.
Oh, wow. I hope she beats him really bad.
You ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
What is that? Wait, how does this work?
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war.
Are you betting 100 on this as well?
I'm gonna leave this just happen.
Jeez, I can't follow the action close enough. Okay, she lost in this too.
Chaz gonna call on the button with ace deuce of spades. It does just call.
Yeah.
And Zach, we'll see if he goes for the. Yeah, it does elect to just flat this time with the queen 10 suited.
Although Preston's not going to have many 8s here.
Yeah, if anyone's gonna have 8s here, or excuse me, an 8 here, it's definitely gonna be Zach in the big blind. And with the hard draw, I would not be shocked to see a raise here, but he does just call.
Oh wow, that's a turn.
That is a turn. Does like to check, and I think Preston's probably going to continue betting for value.
Yeah, and now Zach, with not that much, might just go for. Oh, looks like he's going for somewhat of a min raise. Not exactly, but a little over a min raise here.
50K, 100K.
All right. Welcome back, everybody.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back to the Rounders $100,000 guarantee. Rounders Roundup. Last tournament for Rounders Card Club ever. This is a good one. We had over 880 players in the tournament.
We'll get some gold ones in there that are worth $1 million.
And we are back.
50, 100.
I don't know what the level is, but the blinds are 50,000, 100,000.
Oh, well, I can't see my light, so.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I knew that.
Steven and Nico, a little blind on blind action here.
What? 75.
Steven is just. He subscribes to the notion of I'm going to bet, and if somebody has a better hand, I'm going to bet until they let me know that my hand isn't the best.
Yeah, that's another thing that's interesting is who's getting these reports from their friends and family so that they kind of hear, hey, listen, take a look at these C bets that Steven's putting out there, because
good point. Yeah,
that's one of those things that it works until it doesn't, right? And that one time it doesn't work, it costs you a lot.
That's right. That's a good point, Ghost. Yeah, you're allowed to get intel. You can get some information, some feedback, as long as it's not illfully gotten or ill-gotten information.
Yeah, and that's
illfully. That's not a word.
illfully. Not a word, but Jesse Jackson will let you have that one. That's okay. And that's another thing, right? The better players, they mix it up enough so by the time you get the report, they're doing something different.
Yeah.
So far, Steven has not shown that he's got any brakes on that go kart. He's going straight down the mountain, full speed.
That's what it looks like. Yeah. All right. Mark picks up some chips with Ace King. Chip counts are pretty not too far apart. We've got Casey Moe at the top with 2.9 million. However, Valley Nico is very short. He only has 4.5 big blinds, which isn't much. That's only big blinds. There's like right now, there's 200,000 in the middle right now. He's in a great spot now. He's on the button, so he'll be going for it most likely. Very likely this hand, especially if it's folded around to him. Very good chance he's going to jam with whatever he has. Christian gets in the way though. Suited ace 8. Steven's
Nico
got.
just seems like that guy who's just really comfortable. He's not going to be,
Look at this.
worried about anything.
Now he's all in with the better ace. He's all in for 450 over the top of Christian's raise of 250. He's got Christian dominated. This is a 1.1 million chip pot. This is going to be really important for Nico to hold here. Otherwise, he'll be exiting stage left. No, stage right. I don't know. Oh, got shot. Straight draw. And there's an 8. He's going to need a queen. Oh, man. Trips. Christian makes trips. That's going to be it for Nico. Nico is out. Good run, Nico. Out in 17th. That's the other table. We've got we're at the feature table, and then the outer table is right there, right in our shot. 8 players.
GG to Nico.
Yep.
Played great and just, ran into it a few times, and that's all it takes.
That's right.
And actually, this hand, even though Christian did have a little stack built up, that hand is still consequential for him. That doubles his stack and lets him fight against the table chip leaders.
Here's Jesse's first hand at this table, the feature table. Queen Jack suited. Makes it 200 to go.
Yeah, please.
Mark deciding to defend. Yep, defends his big blind. 9-7 offsuit for him. Jesse's in position for the remainder of this hand. The top pair for Mark. Kind of a scary flop. Queen Jack.
The texture definitely favors the person in the small blind. Mark doesn't even give Jesse a chance to see bet.
Right. Yeah, I think I would like to have seen what Jesse did there had it been checked over to him. Jesse's a good player. He's a really good. I believe he's a studied player. He's the kind of guy who I think he goes and travels around and plays tournaments, puts some volume in live tournaments.
Some people just have that look, and he definitely has the appearance like he's very comfortable at the table. He didn't even really think about it too much. He knows that the texture's not good for him. He just gives up on the Queen Jack.
Yeah. Yeah, that board is not in his range. There you go. Suited ace for Steven. Mark's got sevens. He'll look him up. D. What about D? D's got 6-5 offsuit. Thought about it, but decides she doesn't want to speculate with a 6 high hand. Again, same situation there that you just described, Ghost. We got Mark getting right out in front of the pre-flop aggressor. Just donk leads for 300. Half pot bet with sevens. That's a raise. Steven.
I really was really looking for Mark to hold on there at least for another street. I mean,
yeah.
That's not the worst move ever to donk lead, but when you donk lead like that against players like this, you have to be able to know, am I really up against a range that has me, or am I up against a guy who's just going to play back at just about everything I do?
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think right now we know what the answer is.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, the visor is a tell. You know, he's basically letting you know he's here to play. And if he gets busted out, it's not going to bother him at all. He's going to get some beers to go out on a boat somewhere and pick up a nice, stripe,
red stripe.
Yeah, maybe a little rainbow trout even. Who knows?
Oh, oh, he's got a good ace right here. Joe's got ace queen offsuit under the gun, but Steven has 2 of them. He's got aces. Oh no, this is a setup situation for Larry. Yep, Larry's just going to jam with ace king offsuit.
This is just bad luck, and with Larry's stack size, it's just the worst case scenario. I mean, he's losing, in otherwise he would have had a stack he could survive with for quite a while, and instead it just all goes away because of this unlucky draw.
I think Joe's not done with the hand yet either. He's got ace queen. What do you do with ace queen here, Ghost?
I tell him I had nothing and I fold is what I do.
Yeah, especially with a 4-bet. You're facing a 4-bet with ace queen offsuit.
Yeah, ace queen is just a really good fold in this situation. Even in a rare case when you're still live, you're almost always behind. So it's not like you're really giving up much.
Steve with a bit of a slow roll. Just kind of looks like he kind of thinks about it and just flicks out a calling chip. Slowly turns over his hand. He's got aces. He's got the nuts pre-flop. Larry's at risk here. There's a king. Could really use another king. Nope. It's going to be jacks full of kings losing to jacks full of aces.
GG, Larry. That's just that's in the tournament situation. That's just terrible luck.
It sure is. So Larry is going to be eliminated Larry is out in 15th. So we've got 7 players at this table, 8 at the other.
The paranoid player would be looking for queen to come turn in river too, since he made that good fold.
A shot of the other table there. 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 players there, 7 players here. Yep, 14 remain.
Who do you recognize from the other table other than, the big guy?
Well, there's I can't remember her name. The lady in seat 9 made a final table maybe a little less than a year ago that we covered. I think you'll recognize her once you see her. She had a pretty good run.
If you had to take a
and Clint, sorry, Ghost, and Clint is
no,
in seat 5, I
well,
think.
that's who I meant by the big guy. I just figured, Clint is he's always getting in there.
Yep. Go top here for Joe. Got shot straight draw for D now.
And shout out to Bet on Drew in the chat.
Oh, is Drew in there? What's up, Drew? Ready? Drew's in Vegas. Been there all summer. Having a ball, I assume. Joe's going to take this one down. Joe back up to 2.5 million in his stack.
If you had to pick one of the players from our feature table, who do you feel like you would put the biggest prop bet on is definitely going to get to the final table no matter what happens?
I really like Jesse's play. Jesse Solano in seat 5. He doesn't have the biggest stack, but one double up and he'll be right there, especially if he can double up through Steven, who's got the big stack. He's over 5 million now. But Jesse is one of those guys who just very solid player. He's not going to be not going to panic, not going to make too many mistakes. This should be interesting. Steven opens under the gun with the ace-8 offsuit. Mark's going to call from the hijack with ace-queen offsuit.
It looks like potentially a 3-bet unless you got a little graphics error here.
Oh, did he? Okay. Yep.
I like Mark's stack. I can't say much about him as a player, but I like his position on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Although, yeah, obviously getting some of those other better players moved in to his left is kind of bad luck.
Tim, well said. He says that D, there in seat 4, she's a short stack machine, like Sean Winter with 5 big ones. She's another one. She's very calculated. She's not going to panic. She's not going to get out of line. She's in no rush.
Shout out to Sean Winter. What a master.
I love watching Sean Winter. One of those guys that we were talking about earlier, Ghost, we were talking about engaging personalities at the table. He is one of those. He is just an entertaining person. He's just a savage with cards, but just an engaging, entertaining personality as a person.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. He's not necessarily probing other players. He's kind of like observing, but it's more so just whatever his inner monologue is. It's making him do things that are just funny and just fun to be around.
His inner monologue. His inner monologue isn't, and it comes out. It's leaking all the time. Love that. Gut shot, straight draw for Jesse. Steven, this is just weird. I'm sorry. This is unacceptable on this one. He's in the big blind. He just kind of, on a king high board, he just leads into the...
Well, there's a pro I know who uses this strategy to tremendous success. I don't want to like blow up his spot and even say who it is, but this is one of those situations where as long as he keeps getting away with it.
Look at that. God, he's just relentless. I mean, and the problem is that Jesse is just running out of chips.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to find somebody who's going to just jam it right up in his face. Other than that, he's going to just continue to rack up those chips.
He's up to 5.5 million now.
I mean, now he's definitely getting to the stage where this strategy is just winning regardless of even if he does lose a pot, because he's definitely gotten to the point where he's won enough from it that
Yep.
he's basically won complete stacks from just pushing people off of the winning hand.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can afford it now. He can afford to just do these donk leads.
All right, so action on turn. You're responsible to know what action.
One hand penalty.
After that, it'll be a one hand.
Ooh, two pair for Casey Mo. Gut shot, straight draw for Steven. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. It's already checked from Steven. This is blind on blind.
He doesn't even bother chasing a gut shot. I mean, I guess one good thing about his strategy, he seems determined that, if somebody else is just showing aggression, he's not going to really try to push too much.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
But once he's out of position and he shows aggression, once he takes control, nobody's getting him off the hand without jamming it back on him.
There's the lady I was talking about there over by the fan. You remember her from
Yep.
the final table?
A lot of good local players in this card room.
I got him.
Christian opens ace eight offsuit.
I just got him.
That's why I did that.
Three bet from Steven with tens, and that he'll meet no resistance. Chipping up, continuing to chip up is Steven.
Well, out of all the players, you got to say Steven is the one who's gained the most from aggressiveness. So who's been the luckiest player at the table so far? That's another question.
Yeah, I think he has been lucky also because he's been aggressive. Some might say overly aggressive, but he's also been lucky that the preflop aggressor just whiffed the board, But they're
Yeah.
not going to miss everything completely all the time.
Well, to be honest, there was a few of those boards that were definitely in the range of that pre-flop aggressor.
Right.
To
That's
the
what I mean.
extent that most people would say it's a mistake to just lead out there.
Correct. That's what I'm kind of getting at there. I don't think you can you don't get to see bet 100% of your hands, especially if you're not the pre-flop aggressor. I mean, not especially, ever, really.
Yeah.
Oh, trips for D. But Mark has nothing. 750 in the pot. D bet's pretty big here. Going all in is pretty big.
Mark has kind of dropped a lot of chips, but he really hasn't done anything wrong. He's just kind of, picking his spots and just not getting a lot of good spots.
Yep. D and Jesse pretty short right now.
Yeah, in a weird way, they're not even in the worst position on this table, right? Like they sort of are the kinds of players that don't mind being short. It's the guys who are in that middle area that are subject to those giant stacks that are really suffering here. They're really handcuffed.
Yeah. Steven, another raise and take it. Still got some chips though. Everybody, even D's a short stack at the table. She still has over 10 big blinds.
Yeah, and this structure is good enough that even if you got down to 5 or 6 big blinds, you could actually really pull a Sean Winter and make that last long enough for a double up, you know?
Oh, they may have lost. I think we lost a player at the other table. Top pair for Joe. He checked. He checked it over to D, who took the bait. Joe taking his time with it. Cagey.
That's just about the best card she could hope for under this circumstance.
Yeah. And now he takes the lead.
And
So
that's
now
about the worst thing.
Yeah. It kind of gives, yeah, that is the worst thing. If she had the flush, she's definitely going to call, and he's going to lose. If she didn't have the flush and he checks over her again, she's probably going to bet it. I don't know. It's weird.
I'm not attacking you. I should have showed you that actually. And it probably seems like she hates her. Raising my blind notes.
He really hasn't had a lot of great spots either, and Christian has kind of gotten the better of the exchanges to his left there. So he's fighting. He needs a chance to lock up some chips himself.
Easy. Official 5 2 1 10 over there. And then how are we gonna do that though? I don't know. Oh, so we put property raise and then we resume. So it's like weird. That's weird. We're gonna stop gameplay at 9. What? We're gonna meet up back here for final table later.
No.
Oh,
We're finishing.
today. Yeah.
Yeah. They're closed tomorrow.
If you get to 6 a.m., well, then you all move.
I'm not gonna get 6 a.m.
Yeah.
The chairs out from under you at 6 a.m.
Yeah, if they don't finish, if we don't have a winner by 6 a.m., the money just gets redistributed to all the people that are watching.
I'll take it all.
Jesse's going to jam ace jack. Look at this. Good spot. Good spot for him.
Trying out my eyes 6 times.
And all in over the top of Steven.
And this is part of the downside of Steven's larger than normal raise sizes and also c-bet sizes. That not only is he more locked in to call when he shouldn't, but he's also just giving up that extra big blind every time somebody does this to him.
Yeah, you can do some of that stuff that he's doing for less.
But you can't really critique them too much just because they've let them get away with it for so long.
Wow, he folds.
It's a good fold, and
It is a good fold.
he knows that he can pretty much continue stealing most of those spots, so he lets go of the marginal spot.
Yeah, it's a good point, Ghost. That's good to hear, Drew. You hear that, Ghost? They've got the stream up at the punter's pad. They're checking us out. You guys should play a game. You guys have to take a shot every time Ghost or I say a certain word, and that word is what is that word? Something that's really, really used over and over again. How about action? The action is on. No, kidding.
Well, you know, it's a lot of
Don't want to
pressure.
hurt anybody.
That house is loaded with professional commentators.
Yeah. Nice people, one and all. Jay Pards and I have shared commentary duties, as have Drew and I, many times.
I can't remember if you were on the commentary when Justin was on for that charity event. I know that he had a couple people on with him as well.
Justin
Kelly's like the primary ACR commentator.
Oh, yeah.
I know he hasn't done too many for Rounders, but I think he did the one.
Did he do commentary under a different name? Like
no.
Like not? No, it's just Justin.
Just Justin. It was a long time.
Top pair for Christian. Oh, sorry. Top pair for Steven in second pair. Oh, Christian makes trips on the river. That's going to save him. He was in tough shape there. Wow, now he's almost tied right up to chip lead. Almost even with Steven. Christian's at 3.4 million.
325.
Wow, good hit there. Ghost, you're cousins with Ebony?
Only in my dreams, Rude.
Okay, I was gonna say you're so.
It's not impossible the way that my family bloodline has kind of diverged. So, but nothing's been confirmed yet.
Super sweet lady. I can understand your affinity for her.
We have to go on that show. We have to go on that show with is it Louis Gates Jr.? He does that show where he does the genealogy on everybody.
Oh, I'm sure she would look forward to you figuring that out. Just get back to her. Send her the report.
It sounds like you haven't seen it yet. It's one of those things you got to see at least one of them if you've never seen it.
You know what? I'm going to look into it because the last thing you sent me to look into was that vinegar making video, and I did look into it. I don't know if I'll be. It's interesting. I got to be honest, man. It's something that's just it was a blind spot before. I never really considered vinegar making.
This will be much more interesting than that. I promise you that.
Wow, look at this. Oh, man, what a cooler situation here. Cutoff wakes up with kings.
No.
Steven's got aces. Of course, he's got him covered.
The poker gods just reward aggression. He's been pushing, and they just give him the dream spot.
King me. Fuck.
Joe's already up from his seat. It's not looking good, man. Nope, that's going to be it. Joe is eliminated. in 14th place. GG's Joe. Joe out in 14th place. That is going to net him. Let's see, how much does Joe get for 13th or 14th place?
I had 5-6. I'd have hit the straight, but I can't.
$1,220. There is a pay jump here for the next spot for 13th place.
I don't know for sure who's been the luckiest, but Joe, I think it's fair to say, was the unluckiest player at this table.
I quit paying for it.
Yeah. Pay jump at 13 will be $1,400.
Dee is counting that money too.
6-handed now.
She's got that 1,400 spent.
Yeah, that was key. Jesse folds from the hijack. King 10. The pay jump at 13 and then at 10 again.
Thank you.
Blinds are up, by the way, Ghost. I think I failed to mention that.
Well, this is going to be tough for Steven. He's going to have to raise all in every hand.
SPRs are getting squeezed.
No, when you're raising 4x every hand and that's the average stack size, there's not a lot of room to play with.
Yeah, good point. Wow, look at this. Quick goes check, bet, and Mark with the aggression there. 7 high. He bet 500
21-3.
into 7. God,
21-3.
that was just huge. He bet 500 into 750. 75% pot or paired board.
I wonder what prompted him to do that. He really hasn't done anything like that so far.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. I agree. I don't know, but that's when it's most effective, when it's something kind of out of the ordinary. Guy. So that's not a person you would categorize as a player that's been speeding.
Not at all. He's played super solid and just hasn't really had many good positions. I'm just curious what the calculus is that makes him decide that's the spot.
Blind v blind. He was able to navigate his way past it, albeit slightly unconventional.
Well, I think he's got the wrong customer here. I just...
He's got deuces. Yeah, I like it. She's not happy about folding. She knows that he's been very active. But the thing is, it's a coin flip with every hand, or you're dominated by many, many, many hands.
I don't know. It's more KC Mo's play that surprises me. I'm expecting him to go for it there like all the time. I mean, if I'm in his spot, I'm fist pumping.
Did you lose?
2, 4, 5. What are we at here? 2, 4, 6. Looks like it's an all in at the other table. Somebody's at risk.
Complete redraw.
10. It
Should be right.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get a seat that I can get this.
I wouldn't
try, but
wait.
Did we lose somebody or they double? No, I don't think that. Nope.
Still had one chip.
I don't think we lost anybody. He's still alive. There's a guy who's extremely short at the other table.
I think we lost our other regular who was at that other table, right? Or at least I don't see her at this moment.
Yeah, I think she was eliminated about 30 minutes ago. Saw her walking away.
Feels like literally 2 minutes ago I just saw her at the side table there.
Ace jack offsuit from the button. Jesse's got jacks. This is a spot for him to. You saw him glance over his shoulder at the other table. He knows that somebody's extremely short back there. But he raises. He's mostly all in. He's got some chips behind. 1.475 million. Mark with a pretty quick fold there with ace jack.
So this is one of those situations where the counterintuitive play sort of makes more sense, because if you're all in there, I feel like ace jack has more things to think about.
21-4.
Right.
You want to run?
Yeah.
You can 3-bet 90% of your stack, and it kind of screams domination.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Plan for like
Mark got rid of that hand pretty quickly. Short order there. So we are four-handed? Is that four?
And,
Looks
the
like we're
question is, do you think
four-handed.
Alex is gonna
So
bet this in
we're
position?
going to.
I see a check. I see a bet.
Well, I guess we're
let's
off.
go for
We're
a small
gonna
bet.
take a break. We'll be back
I do
shortly.
like both plays.
Yeah, Preston having the ace of spades, I think, is a bad card for him because you're going to want Alex to have spades in this spot, you know?
Alex has been shown to bluff, but this spot is not an easy spot to bluff. Preston does call.
Yeah, you're basically only beating spade draws, I think, and maybe hard draws that floated the flop.
Yeah, and an ace would be... Oh, that's a terrible card for Preston. That is a really bad card for Preston. The way that the action ran out, he's still going to have spades that he's going to be bluffing here, and we've seen that Alex is able to bluff in this spot, and Preston is getting a decent price. Yeah, this is rough for Preston.
Yeah, do you think he gets away from this? No, he does.
No.
He does just call.
And, oof.
Looks like Preston's going to be done for the night. Yeah, that's a rough one to end on.
I'm just here for the commentary. Thank you for the compliment.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that.
I hope
You're going to get squeezed off and lose probably $200, $250.
Chaz, I was going to say, I didn't know what he was going to go with, but I could see him shoving here, too.
This flop, which is going to be...
Oh, wow.
Give him a 9. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, against a blind range. I mean, obviously he's not blind anymore. I think he looked at his hand before calling.
Yeah, and he definitely pressed on this one.
You already said that.
Well,
you can't just do it again.
I was wondering if he would press on. He did press on. just for those who didn't know what the joke originally was gonna mean, and this 6 is actually a little scary for pressed on. Because Chaz does have some 10s, and there's a lot of hands. If he is calling you on this flop, he's not going to float as much of a hand like ace-deuce, and it looks like Preston actually might have like 500 more.
Yeah, this is a very committing bet with the 425 when Preston's only got, it looks like, according to the graphic, he's only got like 600 left. And, wow, Chaz is going to float here with ace, or not float, I mean, I guess at this point he's just calling down with ace high on this board.
Yeah, and it's also indicative of knowing his image is that Preston is one of the players who will be willing to bet here with Queen Jack, for example. And wow, this river is terrible for Preston. If Chaz goes all in, he's putting him in the lender here, although Chaz does have ace high, which has a showdown value, but this river hits him.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the hands that Chaz is beating, it's going to be like Queen Jack.
Oh, and he goes all in.
Oh, no. Is Preston ever folding here? Yeah,
He
does make
snap
the call.
calls, and he added on for a lot.
Oh, he had 1,500 behind.
No, that's like 2K. Oh yeah, 16.
1,600. Okay, so the graphic was incorrect. He actually had 1,600 there, not the 600. So there was an extra 1,000 that was in his stack.
Wow, and I love the jam by Chaz.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the Chaz jam there, I would probably never call there personally, because Chaz really can have anything. I mean,
including a 6, including
a 6, a 10,
a 7.
and a 7.
Ooh, Preston's just gonna go for it.
Yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have the 10 of spades, although when we put pressure on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings. So
yeah, and you're drawing dead to, or close to dead to, a hand like King Jack with the King of Spades, Queen Jack with the Queen of Spades, Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. Does check.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my
and he hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop, like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's going to jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2 pair. Good laydown by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
Right, yeah.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's ass. And not going to get anyone to
Well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in pre-flop.
No one has a suited hand. So we're going to see... We're going to see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Queen Jack is actually going to lead. For 25, this is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often going to get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like, it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach. And Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now, this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah.
And Chaz is the only one with a pair, and does make the call.
This folds open-ended. Oh, yeah. No, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind.
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to see.
No, very surprising to see the call there.
She needs to pair the board.
You might think she still got her spades, but she don't know how strong she has spades as well. She just called, right?
Come on, Chaz, pull me
Fireworks,
in.
second hand. Let's go. Fireworks, first hand. Bink!
Oh.
Skrilla just gets better.
Yeah, Skrilla's hand improved. Bubble, that's a miss.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Start me
she
off with the stuff.
won't be undersold.
Maybe you got a fucking headset.
500, huh?
Oh, yeah. Is he going to be nice? Is he going to play nice?
No, let's start off with.
That's that old school right there.
Would that be any good?
He know.
I'm all in.
And a blue ball.
So you know I got more than that. If you can't beat that, bowl.
She missed. He had 2 pairs.
What do you mean
You
you're
see what
not
I'm saying?
supposed to fold? You're beat.
Does he have
What, you got a set of 10?
the 2 cards that make it rougher?
6, 10?
He's trying to talk her into call.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, let me answer.
Do you think you bet 500? Okay. Do you think I'm not? If I put all my chips in there, you don't think I got the nuts?
No.
Well, I'm gonna put all my chips in without the nuts.
I mean, I know that that's what you wanted to think. I don't want to embarrass myself.
How would you embarrass yourself?
By folding my fucking hand.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was
Let her
Pistol
off.
Pete.
Save your money for next time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You missed.
Well, that's a true statement. But I got lucky too. I got lucky on the river. I did miss. Can I show her one more card?
No, show me.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
I call. I have a set of sense.
Alright.
Alright.
See how you
I
act.
told you I got lucky on the river.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my gosh.
That's old school, new
That's-
school. And that's what happens.
That's pokery, that's salesmanship.
That was the fucking go-to saying.
You ever pulled a
Rub it on
beauty
my
contest
titties.
card and you had to walk
Actually,
around,
I did it.
like,
$80 bill, dude.
walk like in a beauty pageant? Oh, flopping the set here, Skrilla, how much better can he run
The
tonight?
best one was Stan
And he's,
for Jungle Man. And,
somebody's
Guam.
leading out into him.
All right, guys, we're back. We have redrawn 4 seats. And currently, Chad, how many players do we have on the table? I think we went to the unofficial final table at 10. And what's going on is they are looking at the numbers. We're 10-handed. Chad, can you take us off the split screen? Is there a way you can do that? So we have 10 players. When we reconvened, D was just eliminated. Now we are at the official final table. The players have walked away from the table. Apparently there was a player on the table that suggested that we take a look at the IC, or that they take a look at the ICM numbers. So we're getting an official count for everybody. So when they return, we'll have chip counts updated, and they are going to discuss whether or not they want to negotiate any sort of a chop. Remember, they've been playing for quite a while. There were 884 players that registered for this tournament. 882 is the number. They're down to the final 9. And Ghost, in some cases, they've been playing for a lot of hours, a lot of poker that they've been a lot of battles, a lot of time at the table.
Yeah, I guess that's gonna vary by player, right? Somebody like Jesse's probably not feeling anything, and some of the other players may really be ready to hang it up.
Yeah. You see, Clint is still at the table. I think he's just, working on his social media. No, I'm not sure. He doesn't seem to be fazed by the grind at all.
So, what do you think about the possibility of making a deal like this at a final table where maybe only 1 or 2 of the players? How would you feel about that, Rude? Would that be something you'd be looking to entertain?
I think I would probably entertain it. Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with getting information on it, but a lot of it has to do with where you are. What's your chip stack count in relation to others? What you've been playing hours with some of these guys. How do you feel in relation to to the people who have more chips than you or less chips than you. It's going to be dependent upon every situation. Like every table is going to be unique, I think, in the composition of the players and the SPR, stack to pot ratio. How much play do you have in your stack? If everybody's going to be up against it, like right up against the SPR, the stack to pot, it's going to put the variance is going to go way up because there's going to be a lot of shoving, a lot of jamming. So if you can if you're comfortable with that and the outcome isn't going to bother you, then it might be worth it to just continue playing, because you want to try to get that big score.
Yeah, I mean, so much of this play on the feature table has just centered around one or two players really running above average and also just really over aggressing on the table. If I'm one of those other guys, I think I'm very unlikely to want to make a deal, personally speaking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we'll see. I definitely think it's interesting. And I don't think we have this information, but I definitely am curious who was the player who suggested it at first. Because when it's a chip leader who suggests it, it's a little different than when the guy who has two big blinds is asking about a deal.
Well, it's one thing for somebody to suggest it, right? Like one person can suggest it, whether it be the chip leader or the short stack. But if everybody doesn't agree, if there's one dissenter, then it isn't going to happen. Like all you need is one person to say, no, I don't want to chop. I'll play. Then that's it. Then you continue on because the format is already stated. It's already been determined what the play is going to look like, what the format. So, what you're doing is you're trying to get an agreement upon 9 players to change the format. If you have one dissenter, then on it goes as it is. So that tells me that the Clints at the table, the Jesse, they didn't feel strongly about not considering it, about not doing a deal.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Steven, I
Which
don't
is
want to change
interesting.
anything.
Yeah. Steven's running really well right now, although he is not the big stack any longer. Now that they've combined to the final table, it looks like Jack has a larger stack than him. So it looks like they're all kind of returning to the table. They're going to get the information that they asked for, and they're either going to. It's not now, just because we say that they're considering a chop, it doesn't mean that they're going to chop it 9 ways. I think Demond Williams is in the chat, says he finds it humorous that they're considering a chop. It doesn't mean that it's going to be an even chop. Right? There's a lot of different ways that you can modify the format. You can do an ICM chop, which will be based on each player's chip stack in relation to the overall chips in play. So there's Chad, our director Chad. Uncle Chad emerges from the bowels of the studio, the director's desk, and tells everybody to get back to the table. We got poker to watch. We got poker to talk about. We've been on the stream for about 2.5 hours, and we've had 20 eliminations. So it's kind of been moving along. The interesting dynamic that you have a lot of times, Ghost, is that as I mentioned, the stack to pot ratio gets pretty tight sometimes, right? The blinds are getting up, but what'll happen sometimes is that you'll eliminate a small stack, right? You'll eliminate another small stack, and then those kind of get folded into some of the larger stacks, and then you might have a large stack eat up a medium stack, right? And now all of a sudden you got a really big stack, and maybe you have another guy who makes an elimination, and now he's got a pretty good stack in his war chest. Now the SPR is elastic. Now it comes a little bit, it's not quite as limiting. You're not stuck with just jamming. So it looks like everybody is back at the table. Let's see if we can pick up.
That Alex is able to bluff.
Soon,
Yeah, I don't think we
gonna,
have it yet. I mean,
yeah.
one of the other considerations obviously is the payouts, how top heavy they are, and they are pretty top heavy for this.
Yeah, as stated, first place is scheduled to get $25,000. Second, $17,000. Third, 11,003. Here, let's just put it up for you guys, huh? That's what this is. That's what this little graphic that Drew spent time putting together. I hope it's not. There it is. So first is 25K. Countless hours, Chaz. 17,000 for second place, 11,300 for third. You can read it for yourself. But the point is that ninth place is only going to be awarded $2,200. So 10 times ninth place money is the first place payout. So do you want to hold out for a chance at the big pot of gold, as Damon says? So there's lots of different considerations. Sometimes what will happen is when you, even just with ICM, a lot of times it's going to benefit the small stack, right? They're going to make more money than they expected to make. If they say, well, I'm in ninth place, so ninth place money is $2,200, that doesn't mean that they're going to finish in ninth place. They could finish in eighth place or 7.4 place. You get what I'm talking about. It's just a math thing. So they're going to move, if they come to an agreement, an ICM agreement, they're going to make more money than the ninth place in which place they find themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also obviously ICM, it's going to favor the short stacks a little bit more than just a regular chip chop. Mm-hmm. So, each person has their own incentive, their own motivation for why they might want to consider that. But it's definitely interesting. Have you ever yourself had a deal been made when you had multiple tables of people left?
Multiple tables? No, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever been party to a multiple table chop agreement. Now there we can see in the video that Drew is actually discussing how much each person would stand to win if they agree to the chop, whatever it is that we're not privy to what the discussions involve. They are discussing a chop. They are discussing changing the format. So they might say, there's Clint doing a little bit of talking, negotiating. They might just reserve a certain part of the money, like a certain amount of the prize pool, set it aside for first place, and then chop the remainder. They might say, well, let's take out $10,000 from the total remaining prize pool, distribute it via ICM, and then first place is going to get, whoever finishes first place is going to get the additional $10,000 or whatever number that they come up with. So they're going to continue playing. They're not just going to, I don't think they're just going to shake hands and walk away when they come to an agreement. Of course, they might just say, well, no, let's just keep going. The loudest voice is going to be, typically is going to be Jack, or I'll just say not Jack because I know who he is, but the guy who has the big stack. Lots of times those are the guys that say, no, I wouldn't play it out.
Yeah, understandably so, right? They're giving up the most kind of to make that deal happen. And one other factor too is how many of these players are cash game players, because some of these people may be more open to chopping if they know, hey, I can sit down at that good 5-10 game while it's still running. We've only got, who knows, 10 more hours before it's over. So that's a factor. I mean, that's definitely a thing. If you're the tournament pro, I would never want to chop in this exact spot. But if you're the cash game
Right.
pro, I mean that 10 hours you gain could be worth
Yeah.
double whatever you make here.
Yeah. Right. Well, they are at the final table, so I don't know from this point on how long would we expect them to go. I see blinds are at the 150,000 chip big blind level.
It depends how many times do you think the small stacks can double? I mean, we could definitely go another 3 hours, 4 hours easily to get to the winner if they didn't have
Right. Yeah.
any sort of deal. So if they have a deal that will speed it up, that will definitely induce some action. But we could definitely go 3 hours, even 4 hours easily.
Oh, let's see. I'm messing this all up. I'm trying to input in my little spreadsheet who has what, and I'm just going down the line, but they're not in seat order. Let's see, 6 million. Clint has 5.2. The small stack is 1.1 million.
It's just shy of 10.
So we don't have it. Oh yeah, there you go. Two. What does Mark have? 2 million? Seat 4. I guess that's 3.7. All right, let's see. Okay, so okay, I've got the payouts here. So they did come to an agreement. It's not clear to me exactly. What do we have? About 40 million chips in play total. 35.27. So I've got something wrong. Oh, I see what I did. There we go. Now I can read it. Now that split screen was giving me a headache. I couldn't see the numbers. All right. So Jack is a chip leader, 7.8 million chips, followed by Steven, 6 million. Clint's got 5.2. Danny, seat 2 is 4 million. Christian's 3.7. Seat 4, 3.7. Yep, got him. Mark 2.6. $2.3 for Josh. Jesse's 2.4. And Ibrahim is 1.1. All right. And the blinds are 75, 150. Wow. So really, I mean, there's still a lot of play. I mean, seat 1 has over 50 big blinds. Yeah, there's a lot of play. This is kind of surprising. There's only one real short stack. One guy is seat 9. He's got 7 big blinds. I'm a little Ghost. I'm a little surprised. Anybody else? Anybody have any thoughts on this? I'm surprised that they're.
I expect to see these guys at the 510 table pretty soon. That's all I can think of.
Oh, Matt San Antonio says a bunch of cowards if they chop. Well, there's not. They're not chopping not like an even chop, but it appears that they did come to an agreement. All right, we got smiles at the table. We got a boo in the chat. What they're going to do is they're going to set aside $9,000, right, from the total prize pool. First place is going to get okay. First place is going to. Let me start over. The big chip stack is seat 1. He's going to be awarded right now $13,460. Okay. Second chip stack is Danny. Danny's going to get $9,850. Oh, you know what? Strike that. Jack gets $12,460. Danny gets $8,850. Jesse gets $6,500. Christian gets $8,400. Josh gets $6,300. Robert there's no Robert at the table. 6,800. Clint gets 10,100. Stephen gets 11,000, and Ibrahim gets 4,000. Now, there's an additional $9,000 that's going to be awarded to whoever gets first and second place. First place will get 6,000 of that, and second place will get 3,000 of that. There you have the voting being done. The thumbs up being given by all players. It would appear. And so that's what they're going to do. Oh, and I assume the first place is also going to get the trophy. Seems like that's a no-brainer. So there's still a pot of gold. I think that sometimes what they want to do goes in order to come up with these modifications is they want the game to move along. So once you've locked up a certain payout that you're comfortable with, maybe they're not going to take so much time with a hand. Maybe they're just going to try to go for the big number. Like Matt San Antonio and Vicky in the chat. Vicky says, go for the pot of gold, Clint. You got people saying, go for it. Well, seat 9 is Ibrahim. He's the short stack at the table. He's guaranteed $4,130 right if he busts out this next hand. However, if he does something like super aggressive, I turned into Teddy KGB for a second, and he doubles up or triples up, hell, now he can go for the big number. Let's not forget that $6,000 is set aside for the guy who gets first place. So look for the short stacks to get after it. That's my breakdown on it.
Yeah, it'll definitely spur some action. It will give the shorter stacks more incentive to get in, for sure.
I still have a video of him knocking 3 players out in the turbo. His aces versus kings versus jacks versus sweeps on them. That was a sick hand. You really made my night because we didn't have to sweat anymore. You knocked out 3 players and we went to the
nobody hit trips.
I couldn't believe it either. I thought you were a little bit in trouble.
I thought I was in trouble.
Yeah, because the odds are someone's going to suck out 4 ways, but nobody sucked. That's the.
You know, lady. 4 ways. 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 4
Yeah. Oh, really?
I'll just stand by while we get all the information entered wherever it needs to be entered, and
Like, if I did get first, that means my official payout would be like 10K,
get the
right?
director back to where he needs
In
to
the
get.
actual official payout.
Get moving again shortly.
I'd be a little bit sad, but the game's going to change so much because we did this.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's not going to play.
Yeah, payouts? Oh, really?
More than likely, yeah. They're gonna print everybody's payout now and give it to us. And then hands could be on the three later.
So I only get taxed on the 6th.
Right.
But if I get a bunch of tickets of stuff that I've played,
you have to itemize to do that. You have to itemize and avoid your standard deduction.
If you take standard deduction, if you own a home, then you probably take standard deduction.
Yeah. So far,
so you really can't unless you
can't
make
mess
a lot.
around.
Unless you win a lot. There's no point because you're already in.
So I can just pay.
You have to. I mean, you got to win enough to make it make sense because they're going to give you like what is I don't know what it is, 20 grand in the standard deduction. Something big. Is that all?
I thought it was.
I won 90,000. So you basically need to win like.
So what's more interesting, Rude? This
Yes.
tax conversation or my obsession with making vinegar?
Oh yeah.
Well, first of all, I'm not an accountant, but I don't believe that KC is correct. I don't believe that the standard deduction is anywhere near $40,000. So we'll start there. So I am kind of interested in that a little bit. Maybe if I, had a sample of some of the homemade vinegar, my interest would be piqued a little bit more. But yeah, it's not close.
Oh, was it?
Well, fair enough. Well, hopefully we can make that happen one day. I think
that'd be cool.
I think it would be a lot of fun. For sure.
Around.
Yeah. But yeah, this is also kind of a tell, right? Like everybody's very casual, very friendly. This is a very different venue than what I'm used to experiencing. But yeah, just my experience with tournaments. The minute you start basically letting people know that the money matters to you enough that you're already calling your accountant in the middle of the final table. People are going to exploit that. They're gonna really put you to the test.
Fair enough. Yeah, that is a thing. If you think about. See, they've been in character for so long. They've been grinding. They've been sitting at the table, really focusing and concentrating on every little move that everybody's making and the spots that they want to take. And, try to remember what he did this time, that time, the last time, and what he's going to do next time. And now they're all relaxed. Now they've come to an agreement. They're sit back. Some of the guys are on their phones. The others are just chatting with each other. Some of the guys have completely dropped their shield.
That's why I look at this right now, and I look at Christian, and I look at, I guess, Mark just quietly, doing their thing, not getting involved in this conversation. I think, yep, those are my picks for guys to double up and go deep on this final
There you go.
table.
Yeah, Jesse there in the green shirt there, his head down, just kind of in his thing. Looks like he's communicating. Hell, he might be communicating with somebody right now about what's been going on the stream.
Well, I'm sure he's probably sold some action too. So he's probably, sometimes you got to communicate with the people who have a little piece of it too.
But the winner so far in my book is my man Seat 9 Ibrahim, who's back there chatting up the girl. He's already locked up a win. He's telling the girl all about it. He's like, yeah, this is what I do,
That's why they call you Cyrano de Rudy Herrera. You're a lover.
No, this is fun. These guys have all, some of the guys have completely, like I said, they've dropped their shields. They're just relaxing.
Yeah, this is how you get shanked when you drop your shield. I'm not.
Yeah, don't.
I'm not a
Yeah,
fan of dropping the shield. I'm not a fan of
right,
dropping the soap. You got to watch what you're dropping.
right. You gotta be careful about what you drop. Good point. And then we see Clint just got a phone call. Vicky, I'm sure Vicky's probably on the horn right now saying, I thought we talked about this, Clint, before you left the house. No chops.
Yeah, she's saying you're chopping these guys up. What are you doing making a deal with them?
Right.
Well, he'll have more time for the honeydew list if he can get to heads up faster this way. We'll see.
Because they had all the prizes already put out in the cage. The restructure one. So,
Yeah, Poker Jesus, Clint, another solid run. He's tough. He's kind of hard-headed, though. He doesn't learn. Last time he was at a final table, he stepped over that rope. He almost fell. He almost bit it. That's probably somebody reminded him. He's laughing about it right now. Ghost, what do you think of that hoodie that Christian is wearing? The white hoodie. That's the Spurs' new logo for this past season. First year they used it.
I'm such a noob when it comes to basketball. I honestly did not even know that was the Spurs' new logo.
It's different. Yeah, it's not. It's kind of polarizing. A lot of the diehards. Classic. It's not the classic logo at all, which is an actual spur. This is. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I kind of like it in a way, but I really have a strong affinity for that spur, the silver and black. There's no silver and black in this logo.
Yeah, they've definitely. It's always nice to mix it up, but they've definitely created a dividing line between the old school and the new school.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, that's really well said. Now the new school is going to be something to behold. The new players with Wemby, and I read on my phone, just got a notification that Chris Paul is going to be joining the Spurs. Which, by the way, I'll put this out there. Months ago I called it. I said that would be a great get for us. I know he's not young; he's kind of long in the tooth, but he's going to be a lot like a coach on the floor. You know, he's got a great relationship with a lot of the Spurs. He and TP were best friends, shared a lot of information back and forth. He's got a great relationship with Coach Pop. He's going to be a good influence on our young squad, so I like it a lot.
Yeah, you got to think about it like this: the Spurs have 1.5 coaches, and the Lakers have 0.5 coaches. So who's got the edge?
You got a little bit of time. Right.
All right, we're back in action. Here we go. We've got nines for Mark.
The player to watch for me right now is Steven. I want to see if he takes advantage of all this folding.
70, 75, 150, guys. Too big, Lama.
Let's keep things moving here, fellas. Cruz getting these boys in line. Watch for Ibrahim to make some moves here. $300,000 chips in the middle right now, just ready to be taken. And he only has a million, just barely over a million chips. Clint, under the gun. 6-5 suited, raising it up.
Look at this. Yeah, Steven really has been situationally lucky, as you said before. He's generally been the most active, but then he just manages to get ace king when Clinton is way out of line under the gun.
Yeah, I don't want to say I don't. This is not the way that I would, not what I would do with 6-5, but I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't open in this situation.
Yeah, a lot of situations it's a great open. I'm not so sure about this situation, but I think one factor is maybe Clint is aware of like that post deal sort of
Yeah.
tightening up, and he's just taking advantage of it, and he just happened to be unlucky. I mean, if Steven doesn't have ace king there, he probably just gets it through.
Well, I don't. I think it's going to go the opposite way, Ghost. I don't think they're going to tighten up after the deal. I think they're going to loosen up. I think the play is going to be a little bit wilder. I think they're gonna get to the end.
Oh, I agree
Much.
with you that they should loosen up, but from what these players have shown me, they're not doing the things I expect them to do.
Okay, yeah. Look at this, Steven. Does he know it's on him, or is he really thinking about? No,
He was
danger.
really thinking about it. He was really thinking about it. He's really thinking about just that. That hey, everybody's folding, folding, folding. First two hands, everybody folded everything until Clint raised.
There's Josh. He's going to jam from the button. King Jack offsuit into Clint's big blind. Everybody gets out of the way. Josh takes it down. There are the updated chip counts.
Oh,
6.7.
So I'm going to say these are the payouts that you all agreed to. The 90,000 isn't incorporated in this. I have to add that in as the first and second bust out. So I won't know where that'll be, obviously, at this point. But that'll be added to that payout if you bust out. So
So we're not going to get separate slips.
No, I'm gonna combine the slips. Or it's gonna be one slip.
Can you? Why?
There's my man seat one. That's
He doesn't want to pay.
what's his name?
Two separate slips.
Well, I don't know, but he's sipping on a double something.
Different deals.
Double Crown and Sprite or something like that.
Deals,
Nobody
Come on, man.
Christian makes it 400 to go. Queen 10 offsuit.
Just don't win.
Just give everybody some chips.
I might get my chips away. I can't win.
Robin Miller says it's Red Bull.
No, I still make money though.
Is that what he told you? I'm sure you're right. Jack. That's Jack. Jack in seat one. Sipping on a double Red Bull. No vodka. Alan Garcia. Yep, I agree. Only a few more hours of Rounders Card Club.
Oh, see, this is bullshit.
I think 6 more hours, I believe. Closing it.
I should just take my 2,000 and go home. I should just bust out and take my 2K and go home. Don't print them out.
Oh, yeah, he's right. They close at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Danny's one of the dealers. I've failed to mention Danny. Congratulations, Danny, on making yet another final table. Danny's got sixes, makes it 350 to go. He's going to get looked up by Mark, who is all in. Danny's going to probably find a call, I think. He's already got a nice little payout locked up, does Danny. He's at 88.50. Oh, he gets out of the way. Mark takes it down. Ace King suited. That's a premium. Mark takes down that pot, but Danny still has a slight chip lead over him. They're very close, though. Virtually tied for 5th and 6th, or tied for 5th. Ibrahim is in the small blind now. I mentioned him because he's the short stack. Godly. This is unexpected. He limps with 7s.
Yeah, it's not that surprising to me, and it also wouldn't be surprising to see Jack 10 squeeze on him. And
that's what happens. So he squeezed. Ibrahim folded?
Yeah.
Maybe they weren't 7s.
Oh, they were 7s. And you know what? There's a school of thought that this kind of play makes sense when you're at the absolute bare bottom of the payout ladder, because you're putting more pressure on those guys right above you. You know, they have something to lose. You have nothing to lose.
Yeah, that's right. But you have a lot to gain as well.
Yeah, I mean, you do, but let's put it this way. You know, you kind of have the choice. If you're all in with 7s pre-flop, you know, 60-40 is about as good as you can hope for, really. I mean, every once in a while you will have 80% against a smaller pair, but more than likely you're going to have to race. And you know what? You can avoid that spot altogether and maybe ladder and get a couple more thousand for basically nothing.
Well, if you're going to do that, why complete the small blind to big blind? Might as well just fold it.
That's a good theory too, and to be honest, there is a lot to be said for that. But then the other side of that is, you know what? If you are willing to deal with the action, you also induce action from weaker hands.
Yeah,
maybe you might be able to get 2, 3, you know, maybe a couple people involved behind you, and then when you fold, you've spurred more action than you would have by just open folding.
I thought that what he was doing was just limping to induce a raise, which is exactly what happened, and then he was just going to go all in. But
I feel like this is one of those spots where if you're limping to induce a raise, 7s are not the hand you want in that spot. Just my opinion.
I'm not saying I thought it was a good idea. I really thought he should have open jammed with 7s.
Yeah, no, it makes sense with his stack size for sure. I mean, that's just like the most logical thing is to just get him in there. But I think he's looking to really go on a scum run here, really make somebody else go out ahead of him.
Ooh. What do you think Clint's going to do with this hand?
He might fold. I mean, maybe he's not feeling lucky. I don't know.
That might be the part of the book that you were just describing that I'm not familiar with.
Clint has too much vinegar in him. He's going to play this hand for sure.
Yeah, he is a vinegary guy.
And Jack decides that, hey, he knows how to crack those aces. He wants to get involved too.
Wow. Clint's blocking Broadway. Jack has flush draw. Clint has the ace of spades. And in certain circles, that's considered a very key card.
Yeah, this is going to be an expensive situation. I can't believe no money goes in on the turn there.
Same. I thought that Jack was going to bet it. Now, Clint with a very clever little check on the river. Never folding. Snap called.
Yeah, he's pot controlling. He just decides to play it safe against a 9-10, I guess, on the flop. But I don't know. I feel like that turn is just a good spot for both players to want to get at least a little bit more money in there. But it worked out for Jack. He really, I don't want to say he lost the minimum, but he lost much less than he could have.
Yeah. Yeah. Once he hits that pair, he's got a pair and a flush draw. I thought that he was going to bet.
Nervous while she's here. 5-4. No victory shots, victory moves.
Cruz selling the drinks. Actions on Mark. He's got king queen suited. He raised. He opens at 400. Clint's going to make the call. Jack 10 suited. Very fun, very playable hand. He's got position on Mark, and he's got him covered. This will be interesting. Jesse looks down at king jack off. Look at that. Just gets rid of it. Nice and easy. Christian with an ace. Got wheel cards in his hand. Ooh. Top pair and the flush draw for Clint. Mark, pre-flop aggressor. Bets pretty sizable bet.
Look at that
Now,
body
Clint,
language with his arms crossed there. I mean, he just looks like he's ready to run for the hills.
And Clint is there. No one's taking the spot away from Clint. I mean, he's just never ever folding. He's already all in. He's putting Mark all in. Mark's got 2 overs and the flush draw. Superior flush draw to Clint.
I wonder if that's like something he consciously does, you know, with that kind of defensive posture. I'm surprised he just check shoves there with the king queen.
Well, I think he bet. No, I think he bet. I think Clint put him all in, and he called. And that's going to be it for Mark, as the 10 on the board remains the high pair. So top pair for Clint. They both missed their flush draws. Yeah, we can't reconfigure. KC, settle down. You're stuck in your spot there. You got to use your little scanning sensor circle.
Well, here we go with now you see the logic of Ibrahim. He's just made
He's already
himself,
laddered.
yeah,
Yep.
he's got himself a little bit closer. Let's put it that way, because the payouts are kind of set, but he's got
the
himself
payouts are set. Yeah, right. That's what I was going to say. The payouts are set. He's not going to make more money if he doesn't chip up. He's got to get second or better.
Yeah.
He's got some work to do. He's kind of locked in with where he's at, unless he really gets busy. That's why I don't like the sevens, the play that he had on the sevens.
Well, or the opposite is, if you're going to make those kinds of plays, maybe don't make the deal to just, you know, lock up a couple thousand, because obviously if you're that player who's going to ladder a couple times that way, you easily make that couple thousand without the deal.
Yeah, like he would have probably made more under the previous structure by laddering up. Million chips in the pot right now. King 7, 8, 4, 2 diamonds. Both players have missed this flop, but Josh has a gut shot straight draw.
The player who's really looks like he's taking advantage of the safety is Steven, who just seems to tightened up completely since the deal. The total opposite of what you would expect. And he played that ace king hand at a 3-bet, and that was it.
Yeah.
And he was basically going wild before that. He's obviously a lot more aware of the pressure he was putting on people before due to the payout jumps than what I would have guessed.
Yeah, good point. Here comes Danny.
375.
375. Okay, Clint's going to look him up from the big blind. Interesting flop. 9 deuce 3 rainbow. Danny's a pre-flop aggressor, so just goes check, check. Now they're both open-ended. Let's see what happens now. Clint's gonna lead out. This is where Danny can just really get after it right now. Does he jam? Yep. I like it. I like it a lot. Good play, Danny. He's open-ended and the flush draw. And 2 overs. A little bit of Clint's medicine coming right back at him. Well done, son. Danny's a good player.
So would you say Danny is one of the more popular dealers at Rounders?
Yeah, Danny's been around since the beginning. He's very well known. He's kind of a quiet spoken guy. I think he's got some pretty good tournament results at Rounders. Probably some of the best of the dealers. I could be wrong. I'm just talking about of Rounders tournaments, of the tournaments at Rounders. I think he does well.
He would still put all the shit. Yeah, but if you get first or second, then you have that. Well, maybe
Somebody walked up to
I don't know if I've ever
congratulate
seen
him.
someone disappointed doing it after 3 or 6K.
If I win 3 more Ks, it's the same thing as right now. I got a 3% comes out. Oh, no, they do? I don't know. I've never had to win. I haven't either. I always had a job where they just take my taxes. And then give me back.
Got Happy back in the box.
Well,
See if he can do some work here for us.
100, 200. Good luck, guys.
We're 3 hours into the stream.
In order to
And I'm feeling good, Ghost.
Why you were considering the over under?
No. Well, actually, yes, in a way. I was thinking there's a possibility the stream could go for a lot of damn hours. It's gonna go like 7 hours or so. And we didn't start at the feature table. We started, I'm sorry, at the final table. It was a feature table, so we still had like, I don't know,
1,850,000.
3 tables or so still in play.
Yeah, chip over the line. Thank you. Oh, all right, cards on their backs.
All right, Josh is all in with ace queen. Clint's got nines. This is a coin flip. Drew frames the cards. All
This
in
one's
button.
for you, Scott Moskowitz.
Good luck, Scott.
Scott's a guy who's well known for hating ace queen.
Ah.
Good luck, everyone.
See?
Now you know. Now you know, Scott. You're gonna learn something tonight.
Sir, they'll take care of you.
He's the one that taught me. He's the one that taught me.
I think he goes to the desk first.
All right, so that is going to be it for Josh.
GG, Josh.
And as we mentioned, Josh has already been awarded his number. He was at $6,300. $6,330 is what he won. So now we're down to 7 with the elimination of Josh. 7 players left out of 882 players.
Yeah, he went out 7th, or he went out 8th, but he actually made what would have been 5th place money with the deal. So, he's one of those people that comes out ahead.
Yoinked, and I don't care.
What's that?
I'm gonna get yoinked out of this, and I don't care. It's gonna be queen.
Abraham is all in with ace king.
Jack High will make
He's
it
dominating Jesse,
I
who's
get
got ace
yoinked
queen.
right here for sure.
Who's got, yeah, there we go. Ace king is at risk.
For 700,000. Just leave 700,000 out there for me.
This is about the only time ace queen is a favorite.
930. Queen. Yoink.
Two pair, ace kicker.
That's a nasty
Abraham.
chop when you're struggling with 800K chips. That's a nasty chop.
Yeah, that really is. Poor Ibrahim. He couldn't have asked for a better situation than that.
I mean, yeah, I'm still happy that there's not a queen on the river, but
right. So we've got
So
7
many
players
people
left. We've got an average of about 5.5 big blinds per player.
What? Did I pull this back?
They split 100.
Drew, did I pull
No, because they split 100,
No.
which was Dan.
Yeah,
all
you're
white.
good.
I had 100 in my
Yeah,
hand.
you're good. I had 200 out here.
Sometimes
You're good. You're good. Appreciate the honesty.
I did. They probably would have said something. But they got the World Series.
Yeah, win-win.
Yeah.
Hurry up. Eating forever.
And by the way, don't look now, but Clint is the chip leader with over
huge-
11.5 million chips.
Huge chip leader with a great situation for him. I mean, this is basically a sit and go now for 9K, and he's in the best position to take it.
Right. Raise and take it for Clint.
That's ridiculous. That guy's got a lifelong history of being or something to play. Even like beating his wife. What's that?
I didn't know that. Yeah, PC.
Looking good.
What's that?
You're still chip leader or no?
Oh, no. I got first, so I'm just going to count that as a first.
What?
We chopped.
Oh, you already did?
Well,
Yeah,
no,
but we left money up top.
There's only 9K in play still, really.
What did you get?
Take 1,000 off.
No, you got.
Well, no, what's up there is what he got.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1242.
So he already has that locked up.
He
They're
won.
playing for 6K
Yeah,
for
so I'm
first,
just gonna count
3K
as the
for
win.
second.
Yeah.
Everyone else has those locked up.
You already won. You just played the trophy.
That's cool. Still a good day for all y'all. Hell yeah. Daddy boy!
700,000.
Abraham is all in.
From Danny. Cards on their back. Ace, 5, and Jack.
Abraham is at risk. He's got the best hand once again. By the way, the blinds have gone up. We're at 100, 200 now.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason Danny called, honestly.
Not.
Great. Ace, 6.
5 for a straight for Ibrahim. Ibrahim with a timely double up. He's at 1.6 million now. 7 players still.
But that deal's off the table now, so it's gonna get taxed as one flip, huh?
I'm gonna get screwed over on this is just, I just made a terrible deal. Got 4K already. No, the actual was about the same way. Like 10 jacks.
See, that's when you know somebody made a mistake. When the shortest stack gets an ICM adjusted deal and he's complaining about having made a terrible deal.
Is that who said that? Is that Ibrahim?
Yeah, Ibrahim just said, I just messed up. I think I probably made a terrible deal. And he's the one who had the most to gain from it. So if it's bad for you, what is it for Clint and the other guys who are crushing this table?
I think Clint is probably going to be okay with it. I think he's the guy who's made some moves and now he's got the aggression. He's a finisher. I don't mind saying it.
No, I'm not suggesting that he's not going to have a good chance to win. I guess my point is more that mathematically he's giving up more financially in the deal than the guy who's at the bottom of the ladder,
Except let's not forget that there is still $9,000 additional. Like they did the ICM, but there's still like for whoever gets first is going to get an additional $6,000. So it's kind of weird. It's like they ICM'd it, set it aside, and then only 2 people are going to be eligible to claim the money that is reapportioned.
Yes, there is a trophy, guys.
It's strange. I wonder whose idea that was.
It's not always a bad idea. It's just so many people. I would rather wait for there to be 5 people left or 4 people, and then you can really all lock up a nice number, a really nice number, where nobody feels like they made a bad deal. But when the shortest stack is saying that, hey, now I'm up to, I would have been up to 5,000, so I made a bad deal taking 4. I mean, that's the sign you made the deal too early.
Yeah, I think he's. I don't know. He's entitled to his opinion.
Yeah, it's half in jest too. I think it's not. He's not being completely serious with it.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
No, you're the big one. Last round. 100, 200. Look, whatever we care about.
We'll get there. We'll figure it out later. What do we get there?
Whatever we care about the most, we'll make it the right gift.
Sounds like negotiation is reopened.
Yeah,
I don't know what's happening.
That is a thing too that can happen that I've seen. They make a deal for the remaining money, making another deal.
Yeah, you're right.
Cash table time. Then I can come back and play the street for a while.
So now it'll be interesting to see if it's an all-in, so it's easier for Steven to just get away completely. If you 3-bet him here, you actually put him in a much tougher spot.
That'd be funny.
Right.
$300 trophy.
But you've got.
Oh my God!
Oh,
I can't believe it.
Sell it on eBay.
I can.
This is the first real unnecessary pre-flop spot we've seen him get into.
But it's really not surprising. I mean, he's playing a certain way that has kind of been not.
No, he did
It's
tighten
less
up
than
a lot.
conventional.
I mean, before this end, he only played Ace King basically.
He's queen.
Yeah, but yeah. But then again, the deal was already made. He's already locked up.
Yeah, $11,000 for not a bad night at all.
So Danny, this is a big hit for Danny. Danny is now going to be in second place with over 7 million chips. He's leapfrogged Jack. And that's not an easy thing to do. Jack looks like a pretty good sized guy. Hard to leapfrog people that size.
375. 3,375,000.
3.375.
Well, it helps everybody except for Steven. He only hurts himself here.
125.
Let's go at him. Yeah.
That's good. Thank you, sir.
Nice hand, Danny. Let's go. One time for the old timers. Not the old timers, but the old dealers. I wonder
if part of Steven's thinking there was the Jack 8 that Danny just called, versus Ibrahim's shove. I mean, maybe I'm reaching. Who knows?
But it all goes into the confabulator, right? Like all the information, all the data should be gathered and should be part of the decision-making process.
Yeah. Well, it should be, but
Oh, Danny, get hot.
Raise 775.
Steven says, you know what? I got some chips that
775.
I'm missing. I think I know where they are. See if I can recover those. Paired board, a couple of 10s and a 3. Danny just went.
Yeah, Danny's not playing around. He's not going to let you lead out into him.
Danny pulled a sledgehammer out of his toolbox and ain't afraid to use it, if you know what I'm saying.
Too
Hope
much,
you do,
though,
because
right?
I have no idea what. Well, yeah, I mean it's not conventional, but Danny's like, you know what? I just want to end the hand. I don't care about GTO. I don't care about proper bet sizing. I just want what I want.
Super slippery.
I was curious if Steven was going to adopt his old strategy of just leading right into him, but he
so these are like
checked
way
and
better than the old.
Danny just put him immediately to the test.
Exactly.
That would have been the time to do it, I would say. But I think Danny would have.
Yeah, this is just the wrong customer, right? Danny doesn't
Yeah.
seem like the guy who's gonna overthink that situation.
Danny is no one to be trifled with.
It'll be the same ones to watch. Use this on their stream, so I don't know which ones they use. Baited spade.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a
You
jam
might
blind all blind.
You might want to put Matt San Antone's comment up on screen. I don't know, or at least have a look at it yourself.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see what happens here. We have an all in and a call. Ibrahim is calling with queen, suited queen. It's not unreasonable. King Jack versus Queen 8.
So it's at 11, so I'm trying to get up. Yeah.
3.1 million chips in the middle. There's an 8, and a jack, and 2 spades. Spicy little flop here. Got shot straight draw. And spades for Ibrahim. And the 3 is a blank. That's going to be it. GG's for Ibrahim. Ibrahim is out in 7th place. Yep, out in 7th place. And so that's going to leave us with 6 players. Danny was on a heater there. He's been kind of chipping up. He's second chip leader, second to Clint. Matt San Antone says he hopes Danny wins. What's needling about it? The horrible deal. I guess Danny's not good at doing deals.
Yeah, and I think I heard somebody tell Ibrahim enjoy those tacos. So that was a baby let's go all in with the Queen 8. Definitely got the text message, baby, let's go.
The girl was sitting there at the other table. She had had enough of the card house. It's time to go.
They had tacos already waiting for them, apparently.
Tacos they got tacos there in the card house. You know, you can eat them there tableside.
Yeah, I don't think that she really wanted to eat across the rope with him.
Yeah, he was in the VIP section. She wasn't. But he got a good win. Nice little score. So he's going to hopefully take her out somewhere nice. We'll have a good time. Good tacos.
All right, Rude, I'm pretty sure they're going next door.
Oh, yeah. It might be going next door.
Yeah.
Might be going to the bar. Who knows?
Yeah, you might want to You might want to read that one yourself, Rude. That's
I
seems like
don't.
there's some advanced taco strategy going on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Chad is giving us some information about the. Was there an additional deal done on the side there, Chad? Like after the ICM
Well,
breakdown?
no. I think what he's just comparing the min payout versus what he got. Is what
Oh,
it looks
gotcha.
like to me. So he did make an extra 2K he wouldn't have made, is what it looks like. But I would argue he made an extra maybe 1K because he definitely seemed like he was ready to ladder a few spots first, but then
Yeah.
sometimes you got to go.
But who knows though? Because maybe if they don't have the deal, everybody plays differently. He
Yeah,
was
for
able to
sure.
ladder up in this format after making the deal, but maybe if it's wide open. Now look at this. Check this out.
What is each one of these stacks?
These are 500,000.
500. Okay.
Steven is all in with sixes, and Clint is very interested in this bet. Oh, just quick call.
Yeah, I'm okay with just letting this one go for sure.
Yeah. This is kind of what I see. Clint, this is some of the stuff that I'm not a huge fan of. Calling and all in with threes. I'd rather jam with threes than call.
3,350,000.
Yeah, this is an embarrassment of riches. Clint just has too many chips, and it's too easy for him to just talk himself into taking that chance.
Yeah.
But he's still in good position. He still has the edge on most of the table.
Yeah, he's still got the chip lead, but it's much closer. He and Danny are very close. They're only separated by what? A big blind and a half. 1.5 big blinds now. 8 million for Clint. 7.8 for Danny. Is Steven back healthy again? Jesse is the short stack at 2.2 million. Squand is rooting for Jesse. Squand 4 is in the chat.
Squan has a good eye for talent.
Mm-hmm. Clint opening from the hijack, Jack 10 offsuit. Steven with sixes again.
1,500,000.
Danny A6 from the small blind. Jesse just content to let some of the dust settle. Let those guys fight it out.
Action's right there.
Oh man, I hate when that happens.
Floor action on a turn. Cruise. Action on a turn for Steven. Action was on Clint. Steven went all in.
Action on Clint. You went all in, right?
Yeah.
Tiger King, 1X penalty, sir.
Yes, sir. You have to step away from the table because it's really.
So what happened there was that the action was on Clint. Steven went all in out of turn. And he has been sanctioned with a penalty. He's going to have to step away from the table. I don't know.
Yeah, an orbit is kind of standard, I believe. And you know what? In a weird way, though, that mistake probably won him that hand because sixes are by no means a lock to win there. You know, if he's playing careful poker like a lot of people would do, he's going to get sucked out on quite a bit.
Oh.
Hey, Clint raising again.
For me, thank you. I appreciate you.
Ace Jack suited this time. Jack has fours. Christian's
I
in
got
there.
2 players.
In the big blind with 9-6 offsuit.
Check.
Bottom pair for Christian, who checks over to Clint. Pre-flop aggressor. Top pair, good kicker.
Oh.
See Steven just pacing outside the roped off area.
$3 million.
Clint takes one
All right,
down.
Steven, you can come back, sir.
Oh, it's just a one-hand penalty?
I had bought fours.
One-hand penalty?
That is a little bit.
Is that?
You know what? I'm not going to question it. The floor, they made a ruling. They must have a reason. I don't know what the norm is for that, but I think in most tournaments, that's more like a whole cycle. You know.
Yeah,
One whole
Squand, I agree. Yeah, an orbit.
An orbit.
Yeah, Squand says that's generous. It's light. That's weird. I've never. I'm not familiar with a one-hand penalty.
He really wants to be in the action. You could tell it was killing him. He looked like a husky out there.
75.
Danny's got threes. Ooh,
interesting.
Jesse. Oh, wow. Christian with nines facing an all-in from Jesse, who has played 0 hands since the deal was done. Jesse's on the button, too. Oh.
Yeah, he really hasn't had much to play, so I don't blame him. But wow, Christian just open folds the nines.
Yeah.
So he saw what you saw. He said, "This guy's playing no hands. I'm just getting out of here."
I'm concerned that Danny's going to call. Yeah. Danny and Clint.
Slide those cards over to me, brother, in that button really quick.
Danny and Clint are a lot.
Please. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
When you got chips, you can afford to call.
Queen 7 deuce, 2 diamonds, flush diamond. Oh, there's a nut flush. Nut flush for Jesse. Diamonds. Squand is firmly planted in the corner of Jesse. Jesse with a nice little pickup there. He is up to. What's Jesse up to now? C3. Jesse is at 4 million chips. 4 million. 9.
Red Bull.
For Steven. Steven's still in the lead.
Never know. Be a while.
Clint at 8.3. Danny, we'll call it 6.
Sorry, cold.
I was trying to.
It looks like you were cold. Yeah, you're good. You're good, guys. You're good. So.
Christian, I think Christian might be the short stack now, 2.7.
All option.
Hey, Danny, what time do you cover that?
Huh? Raise 600,000. Heads up. Blinds are going to be up next hand, guys.
Blinds will be up
Or no.
next hand. You heard the man.
Yeah, next hand. Did you check?
So our chip leader has 45 big blinds. We still got some playability. Even our short stack has over 13 big blinds at this blind level. That's about to adjust, though.
600,000.
Blinds are going up.
And a little bit of a roller coaster for Steven. He definitely had some ups and downs here, but he's back on top, at least for now.
Yeah, he's now up to 9.6 million.
Blinds are up, guys. We are at 125, 250.
125, 250. You heard the man.
If you had to pick a horse right now, who is it, Rude?
That's a good question. Early on, I told you that I like Jesse's game. I still like Jesse's game. The thing is, Jesse's got 16 big blinds. He's still got a serviceable stack for sure. He's not short.
1 million.
Raise the 1 million.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I like Clint. Clint's got he's got finishing skills.
I was just thinking to myself, I think I like Clint, and then he raised his 1 million with Jack 9 off.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he just did it from the button, but you can't blame him. He's on the button, but it's just a really big raise. So obviously, with blinds going up and the ante, he's kind of trying to steal here, but it's a little bit obvious of a steal.
Yeah, it's so big. It's 4x. You don't have to go that big.
That's what she said.
Okay, Jack's going to find a call. He'll be playing this hand out of position. Let's see some poker.
Same bet. 1 million.
1 million.
Same bet.
Just letting you know, same bet is not mine.
$3.2 million in the middle right now. Jack's got 4.2 million behind. If he jams now, it'll be almost a double up.
Yeah, it's one of those weird situations, right, where even if you do something wrong, it's kind of right. The only real mistake is just open folding.
3.5.
How much?
3.5 million.
I kind of, yeah.
I kind of also, I don't, no, because I think that he could just call here, and Clint is just showing so much aggression. I think you can probably count on him to continue, but also if you raise, you let the guy off the hook.
Yeah, you let him off the hook when you're crushing him, but then the other side of that is how confident are you when he bombs the turn in your ability to read that situation and know for sure that you're not running into a better king, 2 pairs, a set. I think you have to kind of give him a little bit of rope, but players just don't feel comfortable kind of going to the turn and not really knowing where they're at sometimes.
Yeah, but I also like the Squan's idea about jamming. I think sometimes a jam could look kind of like, let's say he has let's say he has like pocket tens.
This is our first
Maybe it looks like a flush draw when you're jamming with.
Yeah.
And y'all rescan.
I don't know. I feel like if a raise is bad or less than ideal, let's say, I feel like a jam is worse. It's just the one thing that I mean, folding is the worst, right? You cannot fold, but jam for me is right behind that in terms of being not the right thing to do. Oh well, and either way, like you said, he doubled up anyway because he was so short. The blinds are so high that it's just a win, regardless of whether it's perfect play or not.
Well, the thing is, again, against that hand, jam looks kind of silly. It seems, egregious. But he's not always going to have a hand like that. Like sometimes he's going to have like pocket eights or nine or tens, and his interest might be piqued even more by a jam because the guy didn't 3-bet. Why? We got the news in the chat once again. Yes, Barry, I brought that up earlier. Thank you very much. Discuss the merits of bringing Chris Paul onto the team. I like it. I'm a fan. He's a pro. He's a pro's pro. We could use some of those in the locker room. Got a bunch of kids on our team.
Yeah. You say Tiger King would like a drink.
Get me a drink.
Tiger King.
Alex.
The Tiger King is ready for a drink.
Last night anyway. Fuck, let's do it.
Let's do it indeed.
The issue is you might not have the new job anymore.
Ghost, this will be the last time for you and I to work together.
Well, maybe not. This will be the last time for us to work together and with Rounders.
Well, I don't know. I don't think that's the way it's going to go, but
you never know what the future holds, Rude. When I make my my beverage company, believe me, you're going to be one of the first people I call.
All right. Right on. I appreciate it. I'll answer the call too, by golly.
Appreciate that very much.
Speaking of that,
but it's going to be a 5-minute.
Take a moment to reload my little glass here.
Lights can go down.
What's going on here? Got Jack raising with 10-4. Danny calling with Queen Jack. Jesse is in there with an ace. How do we get through this hand? We got a couple of 5s and a 4 on the flop. The guy with the worst hand outflops him. That's it. Jack takes it down.
He's kind of taken over Steven's position as the greedy aggressor. No offense.
Yeah. No, yeah, he's in second
You
place.
guys are allowed to step away from the table. You're just gonna get dealt in.
I guess I meant more in terms of his play style and his hand selection. He's kind of like going for it, and Steven is sort of, other than the occasional all-in, he's sort of kind of laid back a little bit.
Same as normal tournament, you still get dealt in and blinded out. So, that one right here.
Yeah, that's exactly. You think, oh, he's past it now. You think you're gonna be slick.
Yeah, you go to work together. Yeah, right.
I don't know if you noticed, Ghost, but they did actually change Steven's name on the screen to Tiger King.
Well, good thing Rounders is coming off because we could have some copyright and trademark issues if.
And Danny needs a break. He's going to run to the to another room.
If you think poker players talking taxes is boring, wait till we start talking about legal matters.
Barry, I appreciate the sentiment. Says whatever. You know what? Let's put this on there while the cars are getting out. Barry thinks we did that. The show did a good job. Drew did a really good job with his stints in the booth, and there's some education, some pearls being dropped. I agree. It's a good time. I think Drew is a knowledgeable person, very affable, friendly. Look it up, Drew. Affable. It's a compliment. And yeah, done a lot. Done a lot for the a lot of the people in the area or in the that have been associated with this game at Rounders. As we see Jack waking up to aces, facing a raise from Tiger King with jacks.
This is a tough time. This is a tough spot with jacks. I mean,
like a 3-bet here, obviously.
Yeah, but when you have jacks, how do you feel when you get 3-bet?
Oh, with shorthanded like this, I'm probably going to jam.
Yeah, I mean this is really unlucky for him in this exact situation, especially with the amount of chips he has and the opponent he's facing.
Well, Jack is really taking his time with this. He's really counting, recounting, taking inventory of his chips. He looks like he's uncertain.
Well, the Tiger King has surprised me a few times, and I wouldn't be surprised. What did Jesse just fold? I couldn't even see it.
I don't
King
know.
4. It says he folds King 4. We have Ace 10 folded out as well.
It's all right.
Yeah, look at this. This guy he's a surprisingly sharp player. I mean, he really kind of does have a really good idea of where he's at.
How you doing?
What's that?
All right.
That's a good fold.
Yeah, it's more than a good fold. It's just situational awareness and just absolutely avoiding the disaster that's almost unavoidable there. I mean, I'm at least losing a little bit more probably. I mean, that's just tough.
2-1-0. That's a good point. I don't know if that's true. I think he was going I think he just outsmarted himself.
Yeah, I don't think it's that he doesn't want to get called. I think I would like to thank the Academy kind of play there.
Yeah, exactly. That was a Hollywood.
He's overplaying it a little bit too much, and you know what? For a lot of opponents, they're gonna fall right into it. But Tiger King wasn't having any of that. He kind of knew, like, all right, something's fishy here.
Yeah, I agree.
Till 6 a.m. Oh, you guys have to come in at 2 tomorrow? No, we got to come in on Tuesday.
We got to come in.
Yes.
Wait till he sees the replay of that, Rude. He's gonna be fist pumping.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And then Jack is going to be upset with himself.
Yeah, I mean, he may already have the confidence to feel sure that he made the right fold, but he's gonna definitely feel so vindicated when he sees that.
If you say a different number after you say same, I'm gonna have to hold you to that number. Oh, same does not qualify any bet sizes.
So make sure you come across with the right amount.
Right. Yeah. If you say same bet and you bring like 4 million across, that your 4 million is gonna be your bet. Same bet is not qualify.
What if you just specify it out? Like, I want to wager exactly the amount that I wagered the last.
I said same million.
Yeah, you said same 1 million, so that's why 1 million still holds. And you only put one.
All right. Well, you just remember, I said same 1 minute. I'm gonna tell you one more time too. I said same 1 minute.
What was small blind? 125. Awesome.
Last.
All in.
Why Juan wants to know why they open it at 4 big blinds.
6 a.m. will be shutting down.
I call.
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that
Back up the line, please.
Christian's all in with ace 5. Clint calls verbally and then puts a chip to memorialize it
Cards in their back.
with ace king. Christian is going to need a lot of help. That's not, well, I guess he could hit a 10. That's not going to, that's going to be it. That's going to be it there. Ace king for Clint. Clint's going to eliminate another player.
Brother, if you want to go to the front desk, please they'll take care of you at the front desk.
Yep, Christian is out of 6th place.
Thank you.
Christian, what was Christian's take home on that again?
So Christian made 84.10 on the deal.
84.10, okay.
But, you know, 4th place here was 8,800 and 5th place was 7,000. So he was kind of right in that zone. Unfortunately, he just kind of went card dead for a while and really didn't have a lot that he could do with, but he really played super well.
Yeah, I thought he played well.
I would have played it a bunch.
And yeah, I mean, not to belabor the point, but man, if I'm Tiger King and I just get that ladder, get closer to that 2nd place cash, that Jack's four just was even better.
Jesse with a monster now under the gun with kings.
Yeah. Don't err.
650.
Clint has 8.1 million. Tiger King 9.5. Back around to Jack. And Danny suited 8. No good. Nice pickup for Jesse. Great hand. He's up to 4 million, 3.8 million.
Yeah, so 6th place was 5,400. So we're really in the
in about
heart
12
of
minutes
the
when we go on break,
people
guys,
who,
we're gonna move you guys around just to spread out the table a little bit, making it uncomfortable. Yes.
we're really in the heart of the people who are benefiting from making that strange or abnormal deal.
Yeah. Let's see, 4th place is, or seat 4 is gone. The average chip stack is now under 18 big blinds. Danny raises 600, takes it down. Well, thank you guys for joining us, everybody in the chat. This is the final table of the $100,000 Rounders Roundup tournament. We saw 882 players come out and vie for their share of $100,000.
Soda. Okay, that's where I was like,
Blind versus blind. Jesse knows what he's doing here.
Is he making it?
they haven't made it yet because they ran out of cookies.
Oh, okay.
Clint doesn't want to miss the opportunity to place his order, even though he's facing an all-in bet. What's he doing? He's kind of leaving Jesse to twist out in the wind for a minute.
Jesse should have put an order of tacos into the pot there, and he could have gotten some action.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna change the order. We're just gonna rebalance you guys. Yeah, no. Yeah, we
made it the corner away from you.
Yeah.
Tiger King and Jack have virtually the same chip stack, 9.43, 9.45.
Blinds guys, small and big over.
And these are two guys who have they have a very similar portion of their skill set in terms of the aggressive side. So it's going to be interesting. If they can get heads up, that would be a very interesting heads up.
Yeah, that means your action. It'll be red before it scans, and then once everyone scans, it'll flash when the action is. So I know when the action is.
Clint,
Ball option.
suited ace-8 on the small blind. He just completes. Trying to trap. 5 pairs the board.
That's got to make Clint feel a little bit better, I would hope.
Mm-hmm.
But how does no money going on the turn?
Some uncertainty with the queen there.
Yeah, I mean, the queen I understand, but I like to put a little bit on the turn. That turn just feels so safe.
Yeah. I think, though, remember earlier we saw Steven or Tiger King kind of betting a little bit higher than normal frequency, I would say. And it's possible that Clint picked up on that and was counting on him to do that again. But he just didn't.
I mean, he was in YOLO mode at that point. I mean, he was really running over the table. But he's really sort of tightened up. Other than that one mishap with Ace 10, he really hasn't had anything out of line. On the final table, he's been much tighter than what he was on the feature table.
Yeah. Ooh. King, queen for Jack. God, there's almost $2 million in the pot right now.
Clint and Tiger King sort of create a situation where Jack can really squeeze a lot. I mean, I'm surprised he just flats there.
Yeah. Yeah, I am too. Thought he was going to raise maybe like to 2 million.
Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like it's mandatory. Like they're all really kind of trying to play it a little bit safe, but those guys just flatting there, I don't know. How often are they trapping? I don't think we've really seen any traps yet on the final table in that spot. Like nobody's overcalling with the trap there.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're playing the Ukrainians, yeah, you got to worry about it. But these guys seem like they're kind of flatting with what you would expect. They want to play their suited connectors and their weak queens.
Yeah.
And all this trash that just cannot stand up to a squeeze there.
There's an ace for Clint in the cutoff. Raise and take it for Clint.
We're going to have more and more of those, especially as we get to fewer players.
Yeah. Table's gone quiet. The energy has dropped. And they need to outlast one other person. Each person needs to outlast another. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be that, that guy, but yeah, even with the deal, this definitely could be. It's not unusual with having the big stack enter the final table with basically 50 big blinds. It's not unusual to have a table like this go 4 hours for sure. So we'll see what happens.
Yep.
But man, I'm still shocked by that fold from Tiger King with the jacks. He just
yeah, that was something.
And immediately with an elimination right after that, so he just gets immediate kind of positive reinforcement for that excellent play.
Ace, Tiger King. He's under the gun.
Raise 800,000.
Oh my gosh. 3.5 big blinds.
The pregnant pause is normally a little bit telling, but he's been doing this pretty consistently. Unfortunately, though, there's just not enough players to really give him a huge amount of action.
Yeah, Clint doesn't think much of the raise size. He's going to call King Jack suited from out of position. What is this? Gut shot Broadway draw and the nut flush draw on the flop and a set of aces for Tiger King.
That's 1 million.
What is going on here?
Oh, bad timing.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Clint is all in, right? Tiger King has him covered. Wow. Oh, that's Broadway. Holy cow. Look at that.
Well, no good deed goes unpunished. I mean, you got the action you wanted, but it just doesn't work out all the time.
Wow.
And it looks like Tiger King was just covered, if I'm reading that correct.
I guess so.
That is super unlucky to at least
it
not
was
even
pretty
have
close.
it.
Probably gonna go.
Yeah. That is super
Well,
unlucky.
that's going to be it for Tiger King. Tiger King is eliminated in 5th place.
Yeah.
So now we're getting close, Ghost. We're getting close to the big money. Remember, they've got $6,000 to play for first place, $3,000 to get for second place.
Yeah, more importantly,
additionally, in addition to what they've already been, awarded.
This is what you call a sit and go math problem here with the 2 short stacks. I mean, this really puts a ton of pressure on Jack. Clinton can really exert a lot.
Yeah. So listen, the players are on break, so that means we're going to take a break. So we'll be back shortly.
Chaz gonna call on the button with ace deuce of spades. Does just call.
Yeah.
And Zach, we'll see if he goes for the... Yeah, it does elect to just flat this time with the Queen 10 suited.
Although Preston's not going to have many 8s here.
Yeah, if anyone's going to have 8s here, or excuse me, an 8 here, it's definitely going to be Zach in the big blind. And with the hard draw, I would not be shocked to see a raise here, but he does just call.
Oh, wow. That's a turn.
That is a turn. Does like to check, and I think Preston's probably going to continue betting for value.
Yeah, and now Zach, with not that much, might just go for... Oh, looks like he's going for somewhat of a min raise. Not exactly, but a little over a min raise here. The problem is, I'm not sure if you're folding if it doesn't boat up anyway.
That's a good point, yeah. We've all told ourselves, I'm folding if this doesn't boat up. And then
yeah, he added on right after the last hand.
Yeah, and he is gonna shove. And
I got snap called.
Wow, I'm surprised to see the snap. I guess he kind of already decided that he was going to commit his hand.
Chaz with the jacks. 2 red jacks.
That's JJ's hand.
Does JJ have anything he can compete with? He does. Texas Poker Champ with the ace-queen.
Chaz is going to try to beat JJ with JJ.
JJ coming in for the re-raise makes it 150. And then Chris has...
He's going to call with 7s.
7s, yep. He started with 1,500, it looks like. Maybe 1,600. But he's going to
out of position.
Chaz makes it 500, it looks like. JJ's going to make the call.
He's going to look him up.
Chris decides no. $1,100 pot. Chaz puts out what looks to be $250.
It's not enough equity there. I don't think I would make the call. I think I want a little bit more connectivity from the board.
He checks.
It's a quick check.
Chaz is getting
trying
tricky.
To give JJ some rope.
Need to start bluffing it. And he decides to check. Looking for an ace or a queen. Yeah, it would have been interesting. Chaz checking again. 3-bet pre-flop.
He could. He's going to make a bet here. He's going to try to see if he can get 9s or something like that to fold.
Chaz with the call. And Chaz is going to take it down with the jacks.
Oh, no, I'll fucking fall for it. Someone has to fucking fall for it.
Oh, you're about to get physically
Looking to get them around the drinks right now, guys. See if I can do it. And got a raise here from Seti with a pretty good hand. King Queen offsuit.
Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh. I knew it. I was like, don't speak news now. Hold it.
We get an all-in from 4s from Seti. I mean, from Chaz, and Seti's gonna snap call, and I think Seti. I don't know if Chaz added on afterward, but instantly getting another shove pre-flop, and Seti.
We're looking for a very low flop.
It's a 50-50.
We're trying to connect. We need a low board.
And this is a reverse of what Seti was in last time. Oh, and it's a 4 on the flop. Seti drawing pretty much dead. Needs runner straight here. And it's not going to happen. Chaz boats up, and I think they probably run it once.
Oh, well, I'm definitely.
So she's cool with you.
You gonna be covered?
Oh, is Chaz slow rolling? Oh my goodness, Chaz slow rolls the shit out of Seti. And you know that you can see that they're really good friends there. And we also have a ton of awesome content on that. And Preston is gonna wake up with aces in one of the blinds here.
I think he's gonna just limp it for the extra 10. Oh my god, he's going for a raise. That is surprising.
And the sizing is weird. I like it and I don't at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Would you prefer bigger or smaller?
I think because everyone's going to call the way that the action went, and it's a $20 straddle, I'm really surprised at how small this is. But
yeah, it might be because he doesn't feel like he needs as much protection with aces. Like you can see even, what is that, 4 ways, he's still got 60%. Whereas with a hand like kings, his percent would be a lot lower.
Definitely.
If anybody had an ace, but
like this board. But what I was gonna say was that there's no flop that he's gonna love.
Right.
And the problem is that this is one of the worst flops. And Alex with open-ended and a pair, as well as backdoor flush, is just in this spot when Alex calls with 2 left behind. You're not feeling super good here.
No, you're definitely not. I mean, and Alex is going to flat a lot of strong hands. I think he would probably just call with even sets, and Alex is just going to make basically the nuts here. And I think Preston's going to check this. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'd be hard-pressed to see him bet here.
And the question is, do you think Alex is going to bet this in position?
I see a check. I see a bet. He does go for a small bet. I do like both plays.
Yeah, Preston having the ace of spades, I think, is a bad card for him because you're going to want Alex to have spades in this spot, you know?
Alex has been shown to bluff, but this spot is not an easy spot to bluff. Preston does call.
Yeah, you're basically only beating spade draws, I think, and maybe hard draws that floated the flop.
Yeah, and an ace would be... Oh, that's a terrible card for Preston. That is a really bad card for Preston. The way that the action ran out, he's still going to have spades that he's going to be bluffing here, and we've seen that Alex is able to bluff in this spot, and Preston is getting a decent price. Yeah, this is rough for Preston.
Yeah, do you think he gets away from this? No, he does.
No.
He does just call.
And, oof.
Looks like Preston's going to be done for the night. Yeah, that's a rough one to end on.
I'm just here for the commentary. Thank you for the compliment.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that.
I hope
you're going to get squeezed off and lose probably $200, $250.
Chaz, I was going to say, I didn't know what he was going to go with, but I could see him shoving here too.
This flop, which is going to be...
Oh, wow.
Give him a 9. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, against a blind range. I mean, obviously he's not blind anymore. I think he looked at his hand before calling.
Yeah, and he definitely pressed on this one.
You already said that.
Well,
you can't just do it again.
I was wondering if he would press on. He did pressed on. just for those who didn't know what the joke originally was gonna mean, and this 6 is actually a little scary for pressed on, because Chaz does have some 10s, and there's a lot of hands. If he is calling you on this flop, he's not going to float as much of a hand like ace deuce, and it looks like Preston actually might have like 500 more.
Yeah, this is a very committing bet with the 425 when Preston's only got, it looks like, according to the graphic, he's only got like 600 left. And wow, Chaz is going to float here with ace, or not float, I mean, I guess at this point he's just calling down with ace high on this board.
Yeah, and it's also indicative of knowing his image is that Preston is one of the players who will be willing to bet here with Queen Jack, for example. And wow, this river is terrible for Preston. If Chaz goes all in, he's putting him in the blender here, although Chaz does have ace high, which has a bit of showdown value, but this river hits him.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the hands that Chaz is beating, it's going to be like Queen Jack.
Oh, and he goes all in.
Oh, no. Is Preston ever folding here? Yeah,
he snap calls, and those he added on for a lot.
Oh, he had 1,500 behind.
No, that's like 2K. Oh yeah, 16.
16. Yeah, 1,600. Okay, so I was the graphic was incorrect. He actually had 1,600 there, not the 600. So there was an extra 1,000 that was in his stack.
Wow, and I love the jam by Chaz. Yeah. Honestly, I think the Chaz jam there, I would probably never call there personally, because just I mean, Chaz really can have anything. I mean,
including a 6, including
a 6, a 10, and a 7.
Ooh, Preston's just going to go for it.
Yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have 10 of spades, although when we put Preston on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings, so...
Yeah, and you know, you're drawing dead to, or close to dead, to a hand like... King Jack with a king of spades, Queen Jack with a queen of spades, Ace Jack with the ace of spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. does check.
It's real bad right now. I know.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my
And he hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop? Like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's going to jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2-pair. Good laydown by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
Right, yeah.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen-Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's outs. And not going to get anyone to
well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in pre-flop.
No one has a suited hand. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see Chaz actually step a little.
And we're back. Welcome back, guys. We are rejoining the action for the final table of the $100,000 Rounders Roundup. I want to thank you guys for joining us. Please hit that like button for us one last time. This is going to be the last and final stream forever and ever of Rounders tonight. Thank you for trusting us with your poker viewing pleasure. It's been a pleasure for us to bring the action to you, and for me to describe the action, share some thoughts. Cool little ride. This is a final table tournament. See Jesse jamming with 5s. Oh, if he calls somebody with 3s, we know he's calling with 7s. Snap call by Clint, who is far and away the chip leader. 80-20 spot for Clint. Jesse's going to need some. I need a 5. Not very many straight outs. He does have. Yeah, he can use a 3 and a 4. And he's running. Nope. He's down to a 5. Got 2 5s left. That's going to be the game. Nice tournament. GG's for Jesse. Good run.
I'm sending it back to you to do the tax one, or
yeah, he said it won't.
He's sending it back to me.
Yeah, he said that he told everybody.
Good run by Jesse. He's a good player, nice and solid.
150.
Very solid player, very calculating. He was short all night. I don't know. You know, he's just one of those guys that I don't know if it bothered him, but he just seemed like he was in control the whole way of his destiny. But it's tough. It's tough to be short stacked. Clint is just running away with it now. He's got over 22 million chips in his stack now. Blind on blind action here.
No, it's a raise. 675.
Danny makes the call. They each hit a piece on this flop. King 7-6, 2 diamonds.
2 million.
Top pair for Jack. Jack has done this before where he check raising. Danny with a quick call. Boy. Danny's looking for diamonds. Well, we could be down to 2 players. We could be heads up here. Oh, kings and 6s is going to beat 9s and 7s. A lot of pairs on the board.
Did you not see it either?
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
That's yeah.
I was like, ooh, roaster. 6 on the turn made him about dead.
Yes, sir. Nice play.
Yeah. That's going to be it. That's going to be it for Danny, who's out in third place.
Honestly, when we sat down here, I thought if I could
GG,
get
Danny.
this guy, it would be me and you.
Yeah.
Jack,
what's
I'm
that?
going to move you to 4. You click right here.
So that's it. We're heads up now. It's going to be Clint and Jack going at it, playing heads up.
And not only heads up, but actually, relatively speaking, a kind of a huge ICM jump from basically no additional money to the 3 additional $1,000 locked up and potential 6 more thousand for the final win.
Yeah, so the way it's going to work
He just told me
is
$4.
we had already they made a deal.
Yeah,
Here's
that'll
I'll
be your scanner and that'll be your
show that. A deal was made so that the last 2 players left are Jack and Clint. Jack got $12,400. Clint got $10,100. Now there's $9,000 additional money that's going to be awarded. First place will take $6,000. Second place will take $3,000. So this is
Sally got that bubble out of the way.
Yeah, right.
This is big.
Second
This
bubble
this little heads up thing is very meaningful.
I didn't pause the clock because it would have put like 3 minutes back up.
We're ripping it. Good luck, gentlemen.
3 and 150.
Yes.
The blinds are 150, 300,000.
And they definitely went right into the action. No break for heads up, no photographs.
Bet 7.
Now, obviously, Jack has shown a lot of aggression, but one would think Clint would have to have at least some small advantage in a heads-up situation, no?
Well, I don't know. I'm not really familiar with. Let's see what we have here. What are we looking at? Pair of 5s?
I mean, Clint's got almost double the chip stack.
Yeah, right.
And he's also got, you know, a considerable amount of experience on final tables here at the venue.
Yes, he does. This is going to be interesting. So right away we see Clint with a little bluff on the river to try to take the first pot, but Jack looks him up with bottom pair, and he's right. He wins. So this is going to be interesting. He's already lessened the lead. It's 20.
Jack called with
15.
bottom pair. Bro, is that you? I didn't know what happened to you. I thought they said that they left you at the orphanage, 25 years ago. I think that might be my brother.
I don't know what happened. Ghost, did you OD on some vinegar while we were on break? What happened?
I'm just saying that just seems too close to home. My dad,
Oh, really?
They had a time period where they were just having a lot of kids and they couldn't handle all of them at once.
Okay. All right. We'll take a close look at his eyes.
I can't see him too good, but I'm just going based upon the play. You can't always tell what people are or where they come from based upon looks alone.
Yeah. But poker play could be a genetic tell.
Oh, for sure it is. I mean,
genetic giveaway.
Funny is that's why you can never be in it. Either flipping or fuck.
21 to 14. The chip counts. Pretty close. Clint eager to engage in conversation.
He's definitely got that social edge as well.
Is that pulling twos? Yeah.
Jack is definitely comfortable, you can tell, but Clint definitely has that D-Negs like personality where he can just make his opponent feel really comfortable.
$3.3 million.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
I
don't need a count. I can get it.
I was trying to say.
We can ask. We know. You can ask.
Super OCD
Dealer can
though,
tell
so it
you.
takes me a while to get him.
He should be able to see on the clock, no?
How many chips he has?
Well, how you can see how many are outstanding and just subtract, no,
Yeah,
when your heads up.
well, right. I don't know if he knows how many he has though. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
what are you saying? Did he like fall over into a open barrel of a Jim Beam, or what happened?
I'm not sure. I don't know. All I'm saying is it's funny that Jack doesn't know how many chips he has, and so I'm not convinced Clint does. See, I'm not like I'm looking at Jack's chip stacks. They don't look like they're 20s. They look a little tall, but I'm not. I'm not close.
You're right.
Raise $1 million.
You are right about that for sure. He's definitely not. He's not making it easy to get a count on him. That's for sure.
All right, here we go. Clint raises on the button with an ace. Jack's got a suited jack. Got shot straight draw for Jack, not to mention backdoor diamonds.
And forget about what he has. I mean, this board just favors him. The only difference is, Clint definitely has a lot more aces, and he's definitely not the person to fold the gut shot, just assuming his opponent has a pair or has a better straight already.
Yeah, you kept looking at him. I was like,
yeah.
Yeah, flight risk. I agree. I was thinking this is going to be a big one. There's a 6 on the river.
I mean, maybe not a big one, but at least I'm surprised they're not at least trying to get a little bit in on a flop that both of them have a reason to represent or both of them have a reason to defend. And just like that, Clinton's lead has been cut down quite substantially.
Yeah. Yeah, Jack's up to over 16 million now.
That's just 2 hands.
I think Clint's going to be right at 19 and a half or so. Let's see, what were these cards? We didn't get the graphics on this last hand here, but Clint had a suited king 8, a couple of diamonds. Yeah, 19.1 to 16.1.
last time I did this, I was over there.
How'd you do?
I got it.
Oh,
Well,
good.
they're playing for 3,000, I guess. First place will get 6,000. Second place will get 3,000. So they each have an additional 3,000 locked up. Clint on the button with the king.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess that's 150 again.
Jack's gonna call 8 deuce. Ace 9 4 2 hearts.
So do you know where Clint is from originally?
I have had a couple conversations with him. He is from.
And it's a pretty good deal. Well,
I'm gonna get this wrong, but I think he used to work in oil fields in the northern part of the United States.
Yeah, because I would have even guessed potentially Canada. He's definitely got that, either Minnesota, North Dakota, or even Canada twang to his speech.
Yeah. I can't remember that. Maybe his wife will chime in here in the chat. Where's Mr. Hartshorn from? Wyoming. Dang it. I almost said Wyoming. Oh, he's a coal miner. You sure about that? No, I'm kidding. I'm sure she's sure.
Well, I tell you what, that's South Dakota winters will definitely make a man out of you at an early age.
Oh. Jack takes down another pot. Both coal miners. Vicky, you were a coal miner also? Huh. That's interesting. There's a handsome hand for Clint. The QT suit. Wow. Hold on. Buckle up. Queen 10 suited for Clint. Ace Jack offsuit for Jack. This is a 3-betting hand. I like 2 million bet. What did he come with?
2.5 million.
How much? 2.5. Oof. That's meaty. That's a meaty bet. This is going to be a hand to watch. Okay. Clint calls. Seems reasonable from the button. 5 million chips in the pot pre-flop.
You know, I will say, out in those coal fields in northern Canada and even in the northern U.S., that's the one place where I would say the action makes Texas. You know, it could rival some of these Texas games. So I wonder if he played as a kid even.
Yeah, because of the money. The guy. Yeah. Uh-oh. Jack bets 2 million on the turn.
I believe. At 10 some change.
Oh, this is more than 10. This is 10.7. Oh, he's all in. Who has more of those?
What does it count? I don't know.
Well, we got action going on. I mean, we have this is a veritable explosion happening here on the felt. Clint has raised.
I mean, this is an unfortunate situation, but if you're Clint, maybe you just got to let it go, right? Am I wrong about that?
Well, I think he's already put him all in. I think the 3 stacks of green chips. Isn't that 15 million?
Because it looks, at least the graphic, it looks like Jack was the one, but I guess maybe you're right. Maybe it was just enough that it basically was already all in anyway.
How much?
So it seems like he only had about 2.25 million left on top of whatever was in there. So it seems like he was obligated to call.
Yeah, it looks. Well, it looked
13.
See,
13 million.
Everyone is confused. It looks as though everyone is operating under the assumption that Clint put him all in, and Jack called stringedly, right? He put it the stacks.
Okay. So it
They
seems
still
like there's
don't
a
even know.
gold
They
chip
still haven't
on
figured it
top
out.
there. So yeah, it seems like he did. He
call?
basically
Oh,
just almost had
Jack
him already
said,
all in.
yeah, Jack said all in, but Clint had already put him mostly all in.
Oh, wow. Good luck, my man.
I can't believe you called.
Ace versus
Again.
queen.
Insane.
That's a big, that's game changer right there. Ace high is going to be good. Clint said, I can't believe he called.
Honestly,
And now the new chip leader is Son of Tiger King.
But I didn't believe that.
But I don't think he did call. I think Jack went all in.
Right, Jack went all in, but Clint's raise was so big before that he was only 2.25 million shy before that point.
Yeah.
So there was 30 million in the pot there, so there's no way he's gonna fold for another 2.25 million.
Yeah, I think he. I'm kind of shocked in a way. I mean, that's for his tournament life.
So basically, it just seems like because Jack wasn't really keeping a good count of his own chips, he thought that he had less than what was in the raise, but he actually had more, and he had already verbally committed all in.
13.225.
Yeah.
13.225.
Good.
This is yeah.
Well,
You're
I mean, Clint owes the money. You got to take the chips. You don't. Get
This
the,
is like Muhammad Ali versus George Foreman.
Yeah. He just couldn't believe that it went down that way. But
note to self: don't try to get this guy to fold.
150.
Clint has just under 4 million chips. George Foreman grills. Yeah, Jack just had his mind made up that his ace was going to be good there a lot of the time, but oof. That definitely cut Clint's legs out from under him. Not quite as talkative as he was 5 minutes ago.
Oh, he still could come back. He's definitely a player
Oh, yeah.
capable of doing it, and definitely if he's got a hand, Jack is definitely the player to give him action and give him an easy double up. So for sure,
all in on the turn with no pair. No pair. How can I beat this guy? My cards are face up.
He's doing the honey now.
All in. Yeah. Okay. Call. On their backs, please. Hold on.
Clint's all in with 9 high. Jack's all in. Calls all in with Jack high. Oof. He's got Clint in really bad shape.
Yeah.
But guess what? There's a 9.
Just has to fade the 10
like
or the Jack.
Double up for Clint. Clint is making hay. He's up to 6.6 million now.
Dan, step on the account. Dan, step
He's back in it.
1.250.
With this or
yes,
oh,
total. 1.250.
Still 5-1 chip lead.
Here.
There you go, Clint. There's some green chips.
Just a minute.
Clint was cruising along.
Well, he definitely lost a couple key pots early in the heads up, and then that one hand was just a haymaker.
Yeah.
But he's back
Well,
in it. He just needs one more good hand, and he's right back in there with about the same stack. And maybe two more.
well, he's going to need to double up twice to get back to where he was.
3,000,000.
Jack S is his name. Jack 6 is his game. Clint not in the mood to fold.
Yeah, he might be a 9-7 lover. He's played this hand a couple times in some weird situations tonight.
Mm-hmm.
He rightfully gets away from it.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with your assessment there, Ghost. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that he was going to call. Barry, yeah, I agree. He did play a little bit loose with the chip lead, but that is kind of his style, though. I mean, it just seems to work for him a lot. I've seen him.
To be fair, they both are pretty loose players, right? Like, actually, I would even say his opponent is looser than him. It's just that Clint has the right to be looser with that huge lead. You know, he's got less to risk.
Okay, here we go. We got another all in and a call. Jack is all in with king high. Ooh, two pair flopped for Clint, but there's diamonds. Oh, this could be it. That's it.
Say it ain't so, Joey.
That's it. That's the tournament. Jack is going to win.
Thank you.
The last Rounders tournament, the $100,000 Rounders Roundup.
If you want to go to the front desk
With that hand, he's going to take. What's the total he takes home on that? Clint, 6,000 plus like 13,000 or so. Like
very last one.
Yep. So he's taking home 12,460 plus the 6,000. So we're talking about 18,460, as opposed to what would have been 25,000 before the deal. So he's taking basically second place money for winning the tournament and a lot of insurance.
And Clint is going to take home $13,000 after getting second place, after agreeing to the deal hours ago. So that's a great outcome for a $200 buy-in. Not sure how many bullets they were in for, but still, good job by both men. Congratulations to all the players. That's going to be it for the Rounders Tonight stream for Rounders Card Club. This is the last tournament that you'll ever see as Rounders. The Lodge has taken over the assets of Rounders. So we at 6 o'clock in the morning, the card room will close and will reopen on July 3rd at 4 p.m. as the Lodge San Antonio. So this is the last bit of business that we'll be doing as Rounders. Ghost, do you have any final words you want to say?
You know what? This was a really incredible group of players that made it to this final table. I'm definitely sad to see the change in ownership because there's so many great people around us. But hopefully all of those great people will continue and carry over to the new stream that's coming.
Yeah, it's been a good run. I appreciate all the support that I've received from everybody, all the people in Chatville. Barry, see you there in the chat. I appreciate the sentiment. And Ghost, it's been a pleasure working with you and spending time with you virtually. Had a good time. I guess I'll show you guys what we both look like right now. This is me. That's Ghost.
Yeah, I've just got the sheet on right now, so I have to. We don't
Thank
want
you
any
for
FCC violations at the very tail end of this stream run.
right. No, I appreciate your consideration and getting dressed up for us. So anyway, thank you guys. Drew, it's been a pleasure. I see you in the chat. We will see you once again. And for all the team members or rounders tonight, it's been a really good run. I appreciate it. And we will until we meet again.
You gotta go to the front.
That's it. Good night, everybody. See ya.
Yeah.
Take care.
See you when I see you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you guys so much, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We appreciate